है पूजा वाला, यहाँ सुबह शाम पूजा की जाती है। और दो विशेष अवसर होते हैं, शिवरात्रि और मकर संक्रांति, जब देश और विदेश से लोग यहाँ पर इस मंदिर के दर्शन करने के लिए यहाँ पहुँचते हैं। खजुराहो के पास ही है रने फॉल, और जहाँ पर केन घड़ियाल परियोजना संचालित की गई है, और केन घड़ियाल अभ्यारण्य भी पास में ही है, इसका अवलोकन किया जा सकता है। साथ ही खजुराहो इसलिए भी महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि यहाँ से कुछ ही दूर पर स्थित है पन्ना नेशनल पार्क। यहाँ पर इस समय बाघों की संख्या बहुत है, और साथ ही पन्ना डायमंड माइंस एक और ये नदी के किनारे पर बसा हुआ है, जिसे हम पांडव फॉल के नाम से जानते हैं। इस फॉल के बारे में कहा जाता है कि जब पांडव वन में विचरण कर रहे थे, उस दौरान कुछ समय के लिए इस फॉल के किनारे पांडव यहाँ पर निवासरत रहे हैं, और उनकी 5 मणियां या 5 स्थान उनके आज भी यहाँ पर उस पांडव फॉल के किनारे पर बने हुए हैं। यही कारण है कि लोग इसका अवलोकन करने के लिए जो खजुराहो पहुंचते हैं, उसको देखने के लिए पांडव फॉल का अवलोकन जरूर करते हैं। विभिन्न राज्यों से पधारे आप सभी सम्मानित अधिकारियों और एविएशन उद्योग से जुड़े समस्त सम्मानित जनों का पुनः स्वागत करते हैं। तालियों से स्वागत। हमारे बीच पहुंच चुके हैं कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि भारत सरकार के नागर विमानन एवं इस्पात मंत्री श्री ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया जी और हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथि खजुराहो क्षेत्र के सांसद श्री विष्णुदत्त शर्मा जी। आप सभी अतिथियों का हम सादर स्वागत करते हैं, वंदन करते हैं, अभिनंदन करते हैं। हमारे सम्मानीय अतिथिगण मंचासीन हो चुके हैं और अब हम अनुरोध करेंगे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय, विशिष्ट अतिथि महोदय और मंचासीन अतिथियों से परंपरा अनुसार दीप प्रज्वलित करने का कष्ट करें और साथ ही इस शिखर सम्मेलन का विधिवत शुभारंभ करने की कृपा करें। नीचे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय, विशिष्ट अतिथि महोदय और सम्मानीय अतिथियों ने दीप प्रज्वलित कर कार्यक्रम की विधिवत आरंभ किया कार्यक्रम को। और अब हम अनुरोध करेंगे फिक्की के सेक्रेटरी जनरल श्री शैलेश पाठक जी से माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय, विशिष्ट अतिथि महोदय और नागर विमानन मंत्रालय के सचिव श्री राजीव बंसल जी का ग्रीन कार्ड प्रदान कर स्वागत करें। साथ ही ये ग्रीन कार्ड एक अनोखी पहल है। इसके तहत अतिथियों के नाम पर राष्ट्रीय उद्यान सुंदरबन में 10 पौधे रोपित किए जाएंगे। अनुरोध करेंगे कि वो श्री शिवशेखर शुक्ला जी, प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी कल्चरल टूरिज्म और एमपी टूरिज्म का स्वागत करें। साथ ही श्री अशंगवा चुबा आओ जी का स्वागत करें, जो कि नागर विमानन मंत्रालय के ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी हैं। साथ ही श्री चंद्रमौली शुक्ला जी, जो कि कमिश्नर सिविल एविएशन है, उनका ग्रीन कार्ड प्रदान कर स्वागत करें। ग्रीन सर्टिफिकेट से स्वागत उपरांत शाब्दिक स्वागत के लिए हम अनुरोध करेंगे नागर विमानन मंत्रालय के सचिव श्री राजीव बंसल जी से।
Good afternoon, namaste. Honorable Minister for Civil Aviation, Shri Jyotiraditya Scindia ji, Honorable Member of Parliament from Khajuraho Parliament Constituency, Shri Vishnudat Sharma ji, seated on the dais, Principal Secretary from Government of Madhya Pradesh, Secretary General of FICCI, my colleague officers from Ministry of Civil Aviation, distinguished invitees from all the states who have joined us today in this day-long discussion, ladies, gentlemen, media persons, thank you so very much for joining us today. It is my proud privilege on behalf of the Ministry of Civil Aviation, on behalf of the Government of Madhya Pradesh, who is our co-sponsor in this event, and FICCI, who has been our partner for this event, to welcome all of you for this 5th Helicopter and Small Aircraft Summit. It is indeed a beautiful location, a historic location, a location which is known for its culture and tourism potential. We are organizing this event in the city of Khajuraho. This event is the 5th in the series of events that we have been organizing. This is the 5th summit, the last summit. Many of you are known faces. We met in Srinagar last year, and in 21 we met in Dehradun. This summit is unique because it builds on where we left off in the earlier summits. We have expanded the scope of the summit and we are not restricting it merely to helicopters, but have expanded it to include small aircrafts also. As you all know, civil aviation in our country is on a growth trajectory. I think this is the golden moment for civil aviation in India. In a manner of speaking, it is the Amrit Kal of civil aviation in the country. A lot of news media we read about expansion of airports, expansion of airlines, reduction of aircraft. But today we are here to discuss the other end of the spectrum, connectivity to small towns, to inaccessible areas, to hilly areas, to island territories. And that is going to be the focus of our day-long deliberations today. We have a gamut of points for discussion, a series of presentations in which we will together see and chart out a new course for connectivity and providing access to the hitherto unconnected. We are just coming from the Khajuraho airport, and I think it was one of the proudest moments of my association with this sector when I saw in this beautiful city, in this not such a large city, so many general aviation aircraft, so many aircraft on the tarmac, on the aprons, in the hangars. It was unbelievable sight to see something like 15 aircraft and helicopters in this city. I think this is an indication of the times to come, and for this, the Ministry of Civil Aviation is keen to work with each one of you, whether the state governments, the OEMs, the MROs, the various stakeholders involved, the entire gamut of aircraft maintenance, flying, operations at airport, and also the leasing fraternity who are also here today to see how we can together grow and prosper. At this stage, I must put on record my sincere gratitude to my Honorable Minister. We are fortunate to have a very young and dynamic minister who has led our ministry from the front. In fact, his knowledge of the sector is boundless, and so many times we ourselves have been found that he knows much more than us about our sector, and it is a matter of great inspiration for each of us in this ministry. I am also thankful to the Honourable Member of Parliament who has travelled with us today, who is here with us to inspire us in this journey towards connectivity, connecting India, connecting every part of India on the civil aviation unit. Let us commit to to soaring new heights, and I look forward to very valuable deliberations during the course of the day. Thank you so very much.
धन्यवाद राजीव बंसल जी। और आज के इस शिखर सम्मेलन की व्यापक जानकारी देने और सम्मेलन के उद्देश्य पर प्रकाश डालने के लिए अब हम अनुरोध करेंगे फिक्की के सेक्रेटरी जनरल श्री शैलेश पाठक जी से।
माननीय ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया जी, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर फॉर सिविल एविएशन, स्टील, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, माननीय विष्णुदत्त शर्मा जी, मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट, लोकसभा फ्रॉम खजुराहो, respected Rajiv Bansal ji, secretary, colleagues, senior dignitaries in the dais, dignitaries in the audience. I'll take very little time to tell you 4 things. But first, let me start by asking how many people in the audience, यहाँ बैठे कितने लोग जानते हैं तिगरा? तिगरा लेक कहाँ है? कितने लोग यहाँ हाथ उठाएं? So आपको, तिगरा लेक is in Gwalior, and Tigra Lake used to be on the London-Singapore flight. उस समय सी बोट्स चलती थी, एंड वो सी बोट्स लंदन से चल के ग्वालियर में लैंड करती थी, ग्वालियर से चल के प्रयागराज में लैंड करती थी, वहां से कैलकटा। So this is in the late 30s and 40s. The then Gwalior Maharaj had said that Tigra is a very good location and I'll extend all facilities. So I'm very happy to say that small aircraft have a long tradition, and honorable minister's ancestors laid the foundation of that. So a round of applause for that. The second thing is, how many of you know that there are chopper services in Kedarnath? All of us do. Most of us don't remember that they started only in 2007. The Pawan Hans CEO, Mr. Rajan, was just telling me. In 2007, 2007 में हमने केदारनाथ मंदिर को जाने के लिए हेलीकॉप्टर सेवा प्रारंभ की। Today there are 9 operators, 9 operators. And वो तो ऐसी वैली है जिसमें बहुत ज़्यादा हेलीकॉप्टर जा नहीं सकते, नहीं तो अभी तक 9 या 90 operators हो। Which brings me to the question कि केदारनाथ में तो समस्या है वैली की। मध्य प्रदेश जैसे राज्य में इतना विशाल राज्य है, अलग अलग परिवेश हैं, there are so many tourism destinations in Madhya Pradesh. Today's deliberations will be what is stopping us from getting 9 to 90 in Madhya Pradesh. There are 254 helicopters in India today, and FICCI represents all of private sector. We hope to see a zero added to the 254 helicopters in the years to come. एक विशेष बात यह है कि अभी तक के जो समिट्स हुए थे वो हेलीकॉप्टर पर केंद्रित थे। इस बार स्मॉल फिक्स विंग एयरक्राफ्ट की भी बात हो रही है। So we are expanding the scope to fixed wing aircraft, smaller 4-seater, 10-seater, whatever. And होता क्या है, whether we like it or not, up till now the focus was on large aeroplanes, large carriers, and because of Honorable Minister, democratization of aviation is happening, if I can say so. That we are looking at helicopters, we are looking at small fixed wing aircraft. And the proof of the pudding is, how many people have heard of drones? Most people have heard of drones. The first drone school in India was started in Gwalior under the directions of Honorable Minister. So with that, I would welcome all of you. अभी की सत्र के बाद जो टेक्निकल सेशन होगा, उसमें we will talk about the great things that have happened in aviation, including heli seva, including HEMS, including TBNS. And let us not forget, 2016-17 में उड़ान नाम की चीज नहीं थी. And today Udaan has created so many jobs. I was talking to someone who had exactly 0 employees in 2016. Today they have 700 employees. और जब उड़ान की फ्लाइट किसी छोटे शहर में लैंड करती है, उस शहर में कितनी नौकरियां, कितने जॉब्स अपॉर्चुनिटीज आते हैं. This is the path-breaking potential of aviation, especially for smaller aircraft and helicopters. With that, thank you all for coming in.
धन्यवाद शैलेश पाठक जी। और अब उद्बोधन के लिए आप अनुरोध करेंगे खजुराहो क्षेत्र के लोकप्रिय सांसद और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष श्री वी डी शर्मा साहब।
आज खजुराहो में आयोजित इस 5वीं हेलीकॉप्टर एंड स्मॉल एयरक्राफ्ट समिट के उद्घाटन के इस अवसर पर हमारे बीच उपस्थित भारत सरकार के कैबिनेट के मंत्री, हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता, जिन्होंने मध्य प्रदेश के विकास को नए आयाम देने का काम किया है, ऐसे हमारे आदरणीय ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया जी आज इस अवसर पर उपस्थित हैं। जोरदार तालियों से हम उनका इस अवसर पर हमारे एविएशन के सचिव आदरणीय राजीव बंसल जी, आदरणीय शैलेश पाठक जी, असंगा चुवाओ जी, मध्य प्रदेश के हमारे इस विभाग को देखने वाले आदरणीय शिवशेखर शुक्ला जी, चंद्रमौली जी और उपस्थित यहाँ पर सभी जो देश भर के इस हेलीकॉप्टर और स्मॉल एयरक्राफ्ट के इस एक्सपो में जो देश भर के लोग पधारे हैं, तो ऐसे सभी लोगों को मैं खजुराहो संसदीय क्षेत्र की ओर से आप सबका बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूँ। इस विषय पर मुझे बहुत कुछ बोलने की जरूरत तो नहीं है, क्योंकि आप यहाँ पर सारे जो लोग हैं और आदरणीय ज्योतिरादित्य जी हमें इसके बारे में सारी बातों को बताएंगे। लेकिन मैं आज इस अवसर पर एक बात जरूर कहना चाहता हूँ, खजुराहो के लिए आज का दिन बहुत ऐतिहासिक है और मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का और आदरणीय सिंधिया जी का अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र बुंदेलखंड और मध्य प्रदेश की ओर से इस बात के लिए बधाई देता हूं कि 5वां हेलीकॉप्टर स्मॉल एयरक्राफ्ट का आज यहाँ पर समिट हो रहा है, तो वो खजुराहो के अंदर आपने चुना, इसके लिए मैं आपको पूरी जनता की ओर से बहुत बधाई देता हूँ, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। यहाँ इंडस्ट्रीज, हमारे होटल इंडस्ट्रीज के लोग भी हैं, वो लगातार मुझे इस बात को कहते रहते हैं। मैं कह रहा था आदरणीय सिंधिया जी से कि पहला 5 स्टार होटल कहीं मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर था, तो खजुराहो के अंदर ही शुरुआत हुई थी। और आज हम देखने का प्रयास करते हैं कि खजुराहो जिस प्रकार से आज लगातार, चाहे वो टूरिज्म इंडस्ट्रीज हो या बाकी और विकास की दृष्टि से जिस प्रकार से आज आगे गति के साथ बढ़ने का जो प्रयास कर रहा है, आज एविएशन ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और आदरणीय ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया जी ने खजुराहो को आज 3 बड़ी सौगातें दी है। और उसी परिप्रेक्ष्य में आज हम यहाँ पर बैठे हैं कि 2 पायलट ट्रेनिंग सेंटर खजुराहो के अंदर भारत के इतिहास में, अगर कहीं पर दुनिया के अंदर हमारे नौजवान पायलट बनने के लिए प्रशिक्षण लेने जाते थे, अभी आदरणीय सिंधिया जी कह रहे थे कि 40% यूथ हमारा बाहर जाता है, लेकिन अब बुंदेलखंड, मध्य प्रदेश और देश के नौजवानों को अगर उड़ान भरने का अगर उनका सपना है, तो अब उन्हें कहीं और नहीं, इसी खजुराहो के अंदर 2 पायलट ट्रेनिंग सेंटर आज उन्होंने उसकी शुरुआत की है। एक और बड़ी सौगात ये है कि पूरे भारत के अंदर और पूरे एशिया के अंदर हेलीकॉप्टर पायलट ट्रेनिंग सेंटर कहीं पर नहीं था, जो आज खजुराहो के अंदर उन्होंने उद्घाटन करके उसकी शुरुआत यहाँ पर की है। मैं इसके लिए उन्हें बहुत इस बात के लिए बधाई देता हूं। और खासतौर पर हेलीकॉप्टर और स्मॉल एयरक्राफ्ट का जो समिट यहाँ पर हो रहा है, ये वास्तव में ही जिसका जो आज आपने जिसकी चर्चा हम यहाँ पर करने वाले कि अंतिम मील तक पहुंचना, वो हेलीकॉप्टर और छोटे विमानों के माध्यम से क्षेत्रीय कनेक्टिविटी कैसे बने। आज मध्य प्रदेश की टूरिज्म के लिए इस बात की बहुत जरूरत है। चंद्रमा, हमारे शिवशेखर शुक्ला जी और हमारी मध्य प्रदेश की पूरी टीम इस बात में लगी, और मुझे इस बात को भी कहने में गर्व है कि हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमारे टूरिज्म की टीम ने भी लगातार जो काम किया है, आज मध्य प्रदेश पूरे भारत के अंदर टूरिज्म में भी पहले स्थान पर, एक नहीं कई बार उसे सम्मानित किया गया है। तो ये जो रीजनल कनेक्टिविटी बनने की आज यहाँ पर जिसका डिस्कशन आदरणीय सिंधिया जी के सामने यहाँ पर बैठे हुए जो हमारे अलग अलग प्रकार के क्षेत्रों से आए लोग हैं, जो इस क्षेत्र के अंदर इस इंडस्ट्रीज में जिनका अपनी भूमिका, अपना योगदान है, वो लगातार आज यहाँ पर चर्चा करेंगे। तो इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ कि यहाँ से अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में कनेक्टिविटी कैसे बनेगी, चाहे वो शहरों के अंदर हो या जो हमारे टूरिज्म के ऐसे जहाँ स्थान है जहाँ टूरिस्ट आसानी से पहुंच सके। तो मैं भी आपको बता रहा था कि पन्ना के अंदर पन्ना टाइगर रिजर्व आदरणीय सिंधिया जी पूछ रहे थे कि खजुराहो में मंदिर के अलावा और टूरिस्ट जिससे रुके, तो पन्ना टाइगर रिजर्व से लेकर के यहाँ से बांधवगढ़ वगैरह वगैरह की जो कनेक्टिविटी है, अगर इस प्रकार के हमारे हेलीकॉप्टर और स्मॉल एयरक्राफ्ट से अगर ये कनेक्टिविटी बनती है तो टूरिज्म बड़े पैमाने पर इस क्षेत्र के अंदर मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर बढ़ेगा। इसलिए मैं आज इस अवसर पर ये जो आपने प्रयास किया है इसके लिए मैं आप सबको बहुत बधाई भी देता हूँ, हमारे पूरे प्रबंधन को, और यहाँ पर जो लोग आए हैं उनके स्वागत के साथ। जो कि मैं केवल इतनी कह सकता हूँ कि मैं तो होस्ट के नाते से यहाँ जो शुरुआत हो रही है, यहाँ पर इस प्रकार के आपने सभी लोगों ने आकर के इसका डिस्कशन आज यहाँ पर करेंगे और फिर इस इंडस्ट्रीज में, और खजुराहो इसका एक केंद्र बन रहा है। ये वास्तव में ही इस क्षेत्र के नौजवानों के लिए रोजगार के अवसर उपलब्ध होने से लेकर, टूरिज्म के बढ़ने से लेकर, तो स्थानीय हमारे नागरिक हैं उन्हें भी कई प्रकार के इनकम ऑफ सोर्सेज जो बढ़ेंगे, इसके लिए इस क्षेत्र को लगातार जो सौगातें मिल रही है, इस बात के लिए मैं पुनः एक बार आपको बधाई देता हूँ। अभी पाठक जी जो कह रहे थे तिगरा लेक हमारी जो ग्वालियर के अंदर है, यहाँ हमारा कोटने डैम, इस लेक को हमने अभी शुरू किया है और टूरिज्म उसको अच्छा पिकअप कर रहा है। और मुझे आज ये बताने में गर्व है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी को सपने को कि भारत के अंदर रिंग लिंकिंग जो परियोजना है, नदी जोड़ो अभियान को उन्होंने जो सपना देखा था, आज इस क्षेत्र के अंदर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने कैन बेतवा लिंक परियोजना को पूरा करके 44,605 करोड़ के बजट का प्रावधान करके इस क्षेत्र को जो बड़ी सौगात दी है, उसमें इन सारी बातों के जब वो पूरा होगा तो मैं तो ऐसा मानता हूं कि क्षेत्र समृद्धशाली बुंदेलखंड और हरा भरा बुंदेलखंड तो बनेगा, टूरिज्म में नए आयाम खड़े होंगे। और इस दिशा में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री, मुझे लगता है कि चाहे इस महीने या अगले महीने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री कभी भी फाउंडेशन स्टोन करने के लिए इस क्षेत्र में पधारेंगे। मैं पुनः एक बार आप सबका आज खजुराहो में स्वागत करता हूँ, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूँ, और सिंधिया जी को मैं एक बात के लिए और बधाई देता हूँ, और ये आप सबको भी बधाई देने की जरूरत है। यहाँ पर जो टूरिज्म के क्षेत्र में जो होटल व्यवसाय के लोग हैं, आज उन्होंने एक नई डिक्लेरेशन जो की है, मैं पुनः एक बार उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं कि बनारस खजुराहो दिल्ली की एयर कनेक्टिविटी अभी अक्टूबर माह से प्रारंभ होगी। आज आदरणीय सिंधिया जी ने इस बात का भी डिक्लेरेशन किया, मैं पुनः एक बार उनका धन्यवाद करता हूं, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
धन्यवाद माननीय सांसद जी श्री वी शर्मा साहब। और अब कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए एविएशन मंत्रालय द्वारा एविएशन की प्रगति के लिए विशिष्ट योजनाओं और पहल का अनावरण होगा। हम आग्रह करेंगे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय से कि कृपया उड़ान दस्तावेज 5.2 का विमोचन करने की कृपा करें। एक बार जोरदार तालियां। विमोचन के बाद अब उड़ान 5.0 की प्रक्रिया के अनुसार एयरलाइन ऑपरेटर्स को उनका नेटवर्क माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय द्वारा अवार्ड किया जाएगा। मैं क्रमशः नाम उद्घोषित कर रहा हूँ कि प्रतिनिधि यहाँ आकर अपना अवार्ड प्राप्त करें। सबसे पहले एलाइंस एविएशन लिमिटेड।
ये इमेज कर दूं?
बिग चार्टर प्राइवेट लिमिटेड प्रतिनिधि आ जाए। फिर गोदावत एंटरप्राइजेस प्राइवेट लिमिटेड यानी कि स्टार एयर के प्रतिनिधि आ जाए। इंटर ग्लोब एविएशन लिमिटेड यानी कि इंडिगो के प्रतिनिधि यहाँ पर आए। और इसके बाद जस्ट उडो एविएशन प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के प्रतिनिधि, और फिर स्पाइस जेट लिमिटेड के प्रतिनिधि। और अब इस अवसर पर एक मोबाइल ऐप एली सेवा लॉन्च किया जाएगा। मैं आग्रह करूंगा माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय से कि वे रिमोट बटन दबाकर इस मोबाइल ऐप एली सेवा को लॉन्च करने की कृपा करें। इस अवसर पर एक लघु चित्र का प्रसारण भी होगा। और अब इस अवसर पर पवन हंस लिमिटेड और फ्लाई ओला एविएशन एकेडमी के बीच एक एमओयू हस्ताक्षर किया जाएगा। दोनों ही कंपनियों के प्रतिनिधियों से आग्रह है कृपया एमओयू हस्ताक्षर करने का कष्ट करें। इस करार के तहत फ्लाई ओला के प्रशिक्षित हेलीकॉप्टर पायलट का प्रथम चुनाव पवन हंस कंपनी करेगी। दोनों ही कंपनियों के प्रतिनिधि यहाँ पर इस एमओयू को हस्ताक्षर कर रहे हैं। पवन हंस लिमिटेड और फ्लाई ओला एविएशन एकेडमी के बीच ये एमओयू हस्ताक्षरित हो रहा है। ये 5वां समिट आज खजुराहो में आयोजित हो रहा है, जो कि 2 सत्रों में यहाँ पर आयोजित किया जा रहा है। प्रथम उद्घाटन सत्र यहाँ पर संपन्न हो रहा है, इसके बाद तकनीकी सत्र यहाँ पर संपन्न होगा। फ्लाई ओला एविएशन एकेडमी और पवन हंस लिमिटेड के बीच ये एमओयू हस्ताक्षरित हुआ। और के प्रतिनिधियों से अनुरोध है, कृपया मंच पर पधारने का कष्ट करें। माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय के साथ और सम्मानीय मंचासीन अतिथियों के साथ फोटो सेशन होगा, दोनों ही कंपनियों के प्रतिनिधियों का। पवन हंस लिमिटेड और फ्लाईओला एविएशन अकेडमी के बीच MOU हस्ताक्षरित होने के बाद अब माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय के साथ ये फोटो सेशन होता हुआ, साथ में सभी मंचासीन सम्मानीय अतिथिगण। अब हम उद्बोधन के लिए विनम्र आग्रह करेंगे हमारे आज के माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय, भारत सरकार के नागर विमानन एवं इस्पात मंत्री माननीय श्री ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया जी से। एक बार जोरदार तालियां माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय के लिए।
मंच पर आसीन मेरे साथ हमारे क्षेत्र के लोकप्रिय सांसद, जनप्रतिनिधि, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष आदरणीय VD शर्मा जी, मेरे साथ आए हुए इस कार्यक्रम में नागर विमानन मंत्रालय के सचिव राजीव बंसल जी, हमारे संयुक्त सचिव असंग बाचुबा जी, शैलेश पाठक साहेब, शिवशेखर शुक्ला जी, चंद्रमौली शुक्ला साहेब, स्मॉल एयरक्राफ्ट क्षेत्र के सभी नेतृत्व करने वाले महानुभाव और भाई और बहन, मैं अभिभूत हूं कि आज ये कार्यक्रम हमारे मंत्रालय के द्वारा एक ऐसे स्थान और एक ऐसे शहर में आयोजित किया गया है जो केवल देश की सांस्कृतिक धरोहर नहीं, लेकिन ये अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी अगर मैं कहूं कि विश्व की सांस्कृतिक धरोहर खजुराहो में इस हेलीकॉप्टर और स्मॉल एयरक्राफ्ट समिट का 5वां संस्करण आज इस स्थान पर आयोजित किया गया। जैसे सचिव जी ने कहा, हमारी कोशिश सदैव रही कि इस समिट को ऐसे जगह पर हम लोग आयोजित करें जहां हेलीकॉप्टर और स्मॉल एयरक्राफ्ट की क्षमता के आधार पर एक नई सोच और विचारधारा उस क्षेत्र से उत्पन्न होता है। और इसलिए इसका 3रा संस्करण हमने देहरादून में आयोजित किया था, देवभूमि में आयोजित किया था। 4था संस्करण भारत के ताज कश्मीर के श्रीनगर में आयोजित किया था और इसका 5वां संस्करण केवल मध्य प्रदेश का नवरत्न नहीं, लेकिन भारत का नवरत्न खजुराहो में हम लोग आयोजित कर रहे हैं। हमारी कोशिश सदैव रही है कि जहां आवागमन की सुविधाएं देश में अपार क्षमता है, प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में बढ़ रही है। 9 सालों में एक ऐतिहासिक परिवर्तन देश में, 9 सालों में एक ऐतिहासिक परिवर्तन भारत का विश्व पटल पर आया। आज भारत को विश्व में देखा जाता है तो एक सम्मानजनक दृष्टिकोण से देखा जाता है। आज भारत को विश्व में देखा जाता है तो एक अवसरों के भंडार के रूप में देखा जाता है। विश्व की सर्वश्रेष्ठ कंपनियां आज कतार में लगी हुई हैं भारत में निवेश करने। दो 2013 में हम लोग विश्व के 10वीं आर्थिक शक्ति के रूप में उभरे थे और 9 वर्षों में जिस तीव्र गति से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक मंत्रालय के तहत निजी क्षेत्र को साथ में लेकर भारी परिवर्तन देश में लाया, आज उसके तहत 9 साल के अंदर भारत विश्व की 5वीं बड़ी आर्थिक महाशक्ति के रूप में उभर चुका है और 2030 तक वही भारत विश्व की 3री बड़ी आर्थिक महाशक्ति के रूप में अपना स्थान लेगी। जर्मनी और जापान को पिछाड़कर भारत अग्रसर होगा। अब आप सोच रहे होंगे कि इसका क्या मायना है हमारे क्षेत्र। अगर एक चीज की कमी विश्व में एक इंसान की, वो कमी है समय, टाइम। तो एक पल कीमती है और इस विषय को देखते हुए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पहला कदम लिया कि हमारे क्षेत्र का, अगर एक शब्द में मैं आपको कहूं कि पिछले 9 वर्ष में नागर विमानन क्षेत्र में क्या परिवर्तन आया है, एक शब्द में आपको कहूं तो इस क्षेत्र का असली लोकतांत्रिकरण प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में नागर विमानन क्षेत्र का 9 वर्ष में हो चुका है। जिस क्षेत्र में केवल 6 करोड़ यात्री 9 वर्ष को, आज उसी क्षेत्र में 14.5 करोड़ यात्री। जिस क्षेत्र में केवल 74 एयरपोर्ट्स, आज उसी क्षेत्र में, जैसे शैलेश जी कह रहे थे, वाटर ड्रोन मिलाकर, हेलीपोर्ट्स मिलाकर, एयरपोर्ट्स मिलाकर 148 बन चुके हैं। मतलब 2 गुना 9 वर्ष के अंदर। जो 70 साल में किया वो 9 वर्ष में करके दिया। अगर प्लेन्स की संख्या हम कहें, आप में से कई महानुभव के कारण 400 प्लेन से 2014 में, आज 700 प्लेन से 75% वृद्धि हुई। पर ये आप मान लीजिएगा सफर की केवल शुरुआत है। जो 14.5 करोड़ यात्री हैं, मैं गंभीरता से आपको कह रहा हूं, आपका मार्केट साइज 2030 तक 14.5 करोड़ यात्री जो आज हैं, वो 42 करोड़ यात्री तक जाने वाला है। 3 गुना वृद्धि होगा। ये आपका मार्केट साइज है। चाहे आप एफटीओ हो, चाहे आप हेलीकॉप्टर ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट हो, चाहे आप स्मॉल एयरक्राफ्ट की कंपनी। हमारी प्लेन्स की संख्या जो आज 700 है, 1200 से 1500 जाने वाली। और रही बात एयरपोर्ट्स की संख्या, वाटरपोर्ट्स और हेलीपोर्ट्स की, मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि 148 को हम लोग 200 पार करवा के आप लोगों को, देश की जनता को हम लोग समर्पित करेंगे। तो हमारी रफ्तार तेज होगी, हमारी अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी अगर मैं कहूं कि वास्तविकता में हम लोग उड़ान पकड़ रहे हैं, नागर विमानन क्षेत्र उड़ान पकड़ रहे हैं, और इसमें भूमिका आप लोग केवल बड़े बड़े एयरलाइंस की नहीं, क्योंकि नागर विमानन क्षेत्र हब और स्पोक सिस्टम से चलता है। केवल बड़े बड़े शहरों बैंगलोर, दिल्ली, मुंबई, चेन्नई, हैदराबाद, कोलकाता, इससे काम नहीं चलने। जब तक हम लोग छोटे छोटे शहरों को न छोड़ेंगे, जैसे साइकिल के पहिए में हब होता है और डंडियां होती, वैसे नागर विमानन क्षेत्र में भी हब और स्पोक के आधार पे ही सफलता हम लोग हासिल कर पाएंगे। तो जितना महत्वपूर्ण है बोइंग 777, बोइंग 787, A350, दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट को 100 मिलियन की कैपेसिटी का बनाना, उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है हमारे लिए झरसुगुड़ा का एयरपोर्ट, किशनगढ़ का एयरपोर्ट, शिमला कुल्लू का एयरपोर्ट, दतिया रीवा का एयरपोर्ट, उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है हमारे छोटे प्लेन की कंपनियां, उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है हमारे हेलीकॉप्टर की कंपनियां, उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण हमारे फ्लाइंग ट्रेनिंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन और हेलीकॉप्टर ट्रेनिंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। क्योंकि आज समय आ गया है कि संपूर्ण इकोसिस्टम को हमें भारत में स्थापित करना होगा, और आप लोगों का उत्साहवर्धन में करना चाहिए, क्योंकि आप लोगों की मेहनत और मशक्कत से ही ये ढांचा खड़ा हुआ है। हम आपके साथ खड़े हैं प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए, हम आपके साथ खड़े हैं कंधे से कंधे मिलाकर कार्य करने। हमने हेलीकॉप्टर पॉलिसी निकाली, फ्लाइंग ट्रेनिंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पॉलिसी पूर्ण रूप से हमने सरलीकरण कर, स्मॉल आर्म एयरक्राफ्ट के लिए स्पेशल कमेटी मैंने गठित की। अभी कैप्टन विक्रम हमारे साथ थे उस कार्यक्रम में, आरटीआर की जो प्रॉब्लम है उसका हम लोग समाधान निकाल रहे हैं। पर अति महत्वपूर्ण है कि हमें लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी में बढ़ोतरी देनी, और उस लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी में हेलीकॉप्टर और स्मॉल एयरक्राफ्ट की अहम भूमिका। क्यों? क्योंकि जब कोई घटना घटती है दूर दराज क्षेत्र में, ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में, स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में भी कहा जाता है गोल्डन आवर, और उस गोल्डन ने हैल का नया फैसिलिटी का उद्घाटन किया कर्नाटक के तुमकुरु में, और वो फैसिलिटी से पिछले 20 वर्षों में 3 से 5 टन के हेलीकॉप्टर्स के 1000 हेलीकॉप्टर्स का उत्पादन उस एक फैसिलिटी से हुआ। आज भारत में अपाचे हेलीकॉप्टर्स की फ्यूजलाज बनी, C-130J हरक्यूलिस की एपेनार्ड, बोइंग 737 के टेल फिन बनी। The time of civil aviation and aircraft manufacturing is here and now in India, ladies and gentlemen. प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं ना, यही वक्त है, सही वक्त है, यही वक्त है, सही वक्त है, खासकर नागर विमानन क्षेत्र के लिए। और इसलिए हेलीकॉप्टर्स के क्षेत्र में चाहे प्रोडक्शन की कैपेसिटी की बात हम करें, गिफ्ट सिटी में, IFCSA में, लीजिंग कंपनी विमान में 10 लाइट यूटिलिटी हेलीकॉप्टर्स हमारे अपने हैल से लेकर एक नया मसौदा वहां तैयार किया है, जिसका एक अंतरराष्ट्रीय पहचान आने वाले दिनों में बनेगा। सैटेलाइट बेस्ड नेविगेशन, पहली बार केवल 5 देश है विश्व में नॉर्मली ATC के आधार पर नेविगेशन फैसिलिटी होती है, IFR के आधार पर गगन का इस्तेमाल हम लोग ने किया है सैटेलाइट बेस्ड नेविगेशन, और पहला सफलपूर्वक लैंडिंग एयरक्राफ्ट गगन सैटेलाइट बेस्ड एडवांस सिस्टम के द्वारा भारत में संभव हो पाया है तो इस कार्यकाल में मेरे भाई और बहनों संभव हो पाया, और इसको हम प्रचलित करेंगे। इसी के साथ जो आप लोगों की बड़ी मांग थी कि एनएसओपी हेलीकॉप्टर्स और सिंगल इंजन हेलीकॉप्टर्स को आरसीएस उड़ान में स्थान दिया, आज वो मान्यता आरसीएस उड़ान में सिंगल इंजन और एनएसओपी हेलीकॉप्टर्स को दी गई। और उसी के साथ साथ मुझे इस बात की बड़ी खुशी है कि आज खजुराहो में एकमात्र हेलीकॉप्टर ट्रेनिंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन भारत का नहीं लेकिन पूरे एशिया का सीताराम ओला जी के संस्था के द्वारा, फ्लाई ओला के द्वारा खजुराहो में स्थापित हुआ है। उनको शुभकामनाएं और साधुवाद में। तो हम लोग अग्रसर हो रहे हैं। जिस मध्य प्रदेश में केवल 3 एफटीओ होते थे, आज एक दिवस में वो संख्या को हमने दुगनी कर दी। इंडियन फ्लाइंग एकेडमी का 1 एफटीओ, फ्लाई ओला एकेडमी का 1 एफटीओ और फ्लाई ओला एकेडमी का 1 हेलीकॉप्टर ट्रेनिंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। पहली बार इतिहास में कमर्शियल हेलीकॉप्टर पायलट लाइसेंस भारत में खजुराहो से दिया जाएगा। इस बात का प्रमाण आज के कार्यक्रम में हम लोग 2016 में हमारे देश में केवल 28 एफटीओ होते थे। आज 7 साल के अंदर उस गणित की दुगना हमने कर दी, 57 एफटीओ और तीव्र गति से हम लोग आगे बढ़ेंगे, ये विश्वास मैं आपको देना चाहता हूं। हेलीकॉप्टर्स के लिए, फ्लाइंग के लिए भी कठिनाई कभी कभी हो जाती है, क्योंकि कॉरिडोर एक ही होता है, एविएशन कॉरिडोर। जैसा मोबाइल के लिए स्पेक्ट्रम का बैंडविड्थ होता है, वैसे एविएशन के लिए भी कॉरिडोर होता है। उसी में प्लेन जाती हैं, उसी में हेलीकॉप्टर जाते हैं। तो सहूलियत करने के लिए, सुविधा देने के लिए हम लोग ने स्पेशल एयर कॉरिडोर आर्मी और एयरफोर्स से देखा। हेलीकॉप्टर्स के लिए हम लोग ने रेखांकित अहमदाबाद और गांधीनगर के बीच, मुंबई और पुणे के बीच में, बेगमपेट और हैदराबाद के बीच, और इसी के साथ साथ आने वाले दिनों में अतिरिक्त हेलीकॉप्टर कॉरिडोर भी हम लोग स्थापित करेंगे, ये विश्वास मैं आपको दिलाता हूं। मंत्रालय में हेलीकॉप्टर एक्सेलरेटर सेल हमने स्थापित किया ताकि आपकी जो भी कठिनाइयां हों उनका समाधान हम लोग कर पाए। और आज मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि हेलीकॉप्टर का उड़ान राउंड 5.1 की शुरुआत हमने की है, और इसी के तहत आने वाले दिनों में बीजीएफ में बढ़ोतरी हमने की है और एयरफेयर कैप भी हम लोग ने कम किया है, और उड़ान 5.1 के आधार पर नए नए रूल्स प्रचलित होंगे, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। जहां उड़ान 5.1 हम लोग ने आज प्रचलित किया है, वही हेली सेवा का नया सिंगल विंडो प्लेटफॉर्म, जो सिंगल विंडो प्लेटफॉर्म के आधार पर जीआईएस मॉड्यूल, इंटरैक्टिव मैप्स को इंटीग्रेट करके एसएमएस के द्वारा सारी स्वीकृति एटीसी से आपके मोबाइल ऐप पर आपको मिल पाएगा। ये इसकी शुरुआत नागर विमानन मंत्रालय से आज के दिन पर खजुराहो से हम लोग कर रहे हैं हेलीकॉप्टर के क्षेत्र में। और इसी के साथ साथ उड़ान 5.2 का भी शुभारंभ आज हमने किया छोटे एयरक्राफ्ट के लिए, और मुझे विश्वास है कि जो नई स्कीम हमने बनाई, जहां 1/3 में ज्यादा से ज्यादा 40% सीट्स हम लोग 1/3 माह में हम लोग रेखांकित कर पाएंगे, उससे एक सहूलियत हमारे क्षेत्र को जरूर मिलेगी, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। आज के दिवस पर हम लोग ने उड़ान 5.0 के 22 रूट्स आज अवार्ड किए, और देखिए कैसे प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो सपना है, पूरे देश का आम नागरिक हवाई चप्पल पहनने वाला भी हवाई जहाज में उड़े, कैसे सिद्ध हो रहा है। जिस रूट्स को आज हम लोग ने अवार्ड किया, उसमें यही संकल्प आधारित है। सिंधुदुर्ग और बैंगलोर का रूट, शिमला और अमृतसर का रूट, कुल्लू और अमृतसर का रूट, जोरहट से होलंगी का रूट, किशनगढ़, अजमेर शरीफ और मार्बल की राजधानी से जोधपुर का रूट, किशनगढ़ से नागपुर का रूट, दिल्ली से होलोंगी, अरुणाचल प्रदेश में जो एयरपोर्ट स्थापित किया है वहां का रूट, अगरतला से जोरहट, इम्फाल से जोरहट, जोरहट से मुंबई का रूट और दिल्ली से जोरहट का रूट, ये 22 रूट इसी बात को रेखांकित करते हैं कि ग्रामीण क्षेत्र और दूर दराज के क्षेत्र के लोगों को लोकतांत्रिक ये व्यवस्था प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 21वीं सदी के भारतवर्ष में अमृतकाल के अवसर पर प्रदान की जा रही है। उड़ान योजना के तहत यही इसी बात का स्तंभ और संकल्प आज इस उड़ान योजना से हमें मिलने को मिलता है। मैं आज थोड़ी मध्य प्रदेश की भी बात करूंगा। मध्य प्रदेश में पिछले 2.5 वर्षों में हम लोगों ने कोशिश की है कि एक नई वृद्धि हमारे नागर विमानन क्षेत्र में आए। जब पद मैंने संभाला था उस समय इंदौर में करीब 308 ट्रैफिक मूवमेंट्स होती थी, एयर ट्रैफिक मूवमेंट्स प्रति हफ्ता। आज के दिवस में 575 ट्रैफिक मूवमेंट्स होती हैं, मतलब 90% की वृद्धि इंदौर शहर में हम लोग ला पाए। जिस इंदौर शहर को देश के केवल 12 शहरों के साथ जुड़ा, आज वही इंदौर शहर हमारी आर्थिक राजधानी देश के 23 शहरों के साथ जुड़ी है और अंतरराष्ट्रीय जगत में दुबई और शारजाह के साथ भी प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में इंदौर को हमने जुड़ी। तो 25 शहरों के साथ आज इंदौर जुड़ चुकी है, जो केवल 12 शहरों के साथ है। और वही स्थिति भोपाल की। जिस भोपाल में केवल 94 एयर ट्रैफिक मूवमेंट्स होती थी जुलाई 2021 में, आज जुलाई 2023 में 216 एयर ट्रैफिक मूवमेंट्स हो रही है, मतलब 130% की वृद्धि भोपाल के लिए होती है। और जो भोपाल केवल बैंगलोर, मुंबई, दिल्ली, हैदराबाद और प्रयागराज 5 शहरों के साथ जुड़ा था, आज वही हमारी राजधानी 11 शहरों के साथ जुड़ी। वही अगर खजुराहो की हम बात करें, जिस खजुराहो में कनेक्टिविटी ही गायब, आज उस खजुराहो में दिल्ली के साथ स्पाइसजेट की कनेक्टिविटी है। और अक्टूबर शीतकालीन सत्र में खजुराहो को हम एक डेली फ्लाइट वाराणसी हम लोग बनारस के साथ जोड़ने जा रहे हैं, जो छोटा प्लेन नहीं लेकिन एयरबस 320 होगा, जो हमारे सांस्कृतिक राजधानी को, देश की धार्मिक राजधानी बनारस के साथ हम लोग जोड़ने जा रहे हैं। इसी के साथ अगर पूरे मध्य प्रदेश की स्थिति हम देखें तो जहां 554 एयर ट्रैफिक मूवमेंट्स होती थी, आज वही मध्य प्रदेश में 956 एयर ट्रैफिक मूवमेंट्स हो चुकी है, मतलब 72% की वृद्धि हुई। इस कार्यक्रम के द्वारा मैं मध्य प्रदेश की जनता और हमारे सारे स्मॉल एयरक्राफ्ट ऑपरेटर्स और हेलीकॉप्टर ऑपरेटर्स को कहना चाहता हूं कि हम लोग नागर विमानन क्षेत्र लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी के लिए संकल्पित हैं और आपके उड़ान में नागर विमानन क्षेत्र का उड़ान केवल नहीं, लेकिन संपूर्ण भारत का उड़ान, 130 करोड़ जनता का उड़ान और भारत का तिरंगा का उड़ान जुड़ा हुआ है। आप आगे बढ़ो, हम आपके साथ कंधे से कंधे मिलाकर कार्य करेंगे और आपकी सफलता में, भारत सरकार की सफलता केवल नहीं, लेकिन आपकी सफलता में भारत की 130 करोड़ आबादी की सफलता सुनिश्चित होगी। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
धन्यवाद माननीय मुख्यातिथि महोदय। और अब हम आभार व्यक्त करने के लिए अनुरोध करेंगे नागर विमानन मंत्रालय के ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी श्री संगम चौबा।
In conclusion to the 5th inaugural session of the 5th Helicopter and Small Aircraft Summit, I would like to convey our heartfelt gratitude and thanks to the chief guest of the event, Honorable Union Minister for Civil Aviation and Steel, Shri Jyotiraditya Scindia. Sir has spared his valuable time. We all know how busy he is, but he has spared his time to come and be with us. And we all know that under his dynamic leadership, he is giving new wings to the civil aviation sector in the country. And I'm sure that in the days to come, under his able guidance, the civil aviation sector will grow in leaps and bounds. So once again, I thank you, sir, for having graced this occasion and for sharing your valuable thoughts with us. At this time, I also would like to thank Honorable Member of Parliament from Khajuraho, Shri Vidya Sharma ji. Sir has spared his valuable time, even though we all know that Parliament session is on, yet he has been with us. And we also have experienced, all of us have experienced the hospitality of the people of Khajuraho since yesterday. So I would like to thank him once again for having joined us for this occasion. I also thank Secretary Civil Aviation, Government of India, Shri Rajiv Bansalji. Sir has, with his uncomparable experience, been guiding us and leading us in a direction which is truly, I would say, path-breaking. And we learn something new every day from Sir because of his vast experience. And I'm sure the helicopter and small aircraft industry will also, especially in the technical session in the afternoon, we will get to hear more from Sir. I take the opportunity to thank the government of Madhya Pradesh, and it is represented by the Principal Secretary, Shri Shekhar Shukaji, Principal Secretary Tourism and Art and Culture. I thank Sir and his entire team. We have really enjoyed and we are still enjoying your hospitality starting from last evening. And I think each and every one of us who have come from across the country here, we have been really very well taken care of, and I thank you for that, sir. And in the technical session, we will hear more about how tourism and civil aviation can work together to take this sector forward. I also would like to thank all the delegates. There are more than 15 states, delegates of 15 states here today from all across the country. We have taken time off, even though it was planned within a short period of time. And even though the connectivity issues were there, yet you have managed to come here, and I thank you all for having joined us for this very important summit. I thank the industry members who have come in large numbers across, and we are happy to see that you have always supported us, and there is a collaboration that I'm sure will take us all forward. I thank the media and members of the press and all the public representatives and guests who are here today for having joined us for this inaugural session. And lastly, I would like to thank once again the partners for this event, Government of Madhya Pradesh, Pawan Hans Limited and FICCI, especially the FICCI team led by Sri Sailesh Pathak, who has been instrumental in planning this entire program right through all the logistics. So I would like to thank the entire FICCI team for having been part of this. So once again, I thank you all. The program is slightly behind schedule, but I'm sure the flight will catch up and we'll all make it in time. So thank you once again. Jai Hind.
धन्यवाद असंख्य चुबाओ जी। और इसी के साथ हमारा इस शिखर सम्मेलन का उद्घाटन सत्र अब संपन्न होता है। आप सभी सम्मानीय जन अतिथिगण दोपहर भोज हेतु आमंत्रित हैं और दोपहर भोज के बाद तकनीकी सत्र यहाँ पर शुरू होगा। तो आप सभी लोग भोजनोपरांत शीघ्र यहाँ सत्र के लिए उपस्थित होने का कष्ट करें।
of population in the country just within 4 hours from either by road or train. So that's important decision that can be noticed. Other than that, Madhya Pradesh is home to more than 3 World Heritage Sites. We have 12 national parks and 25 wildlife sanctuaries, other than the pilgrimage and the religious tourist centers. So probably something like small aircraft or the helicopters have a lot of stay in Madhya Pradesh if you organize the policy in the right manner. So one example which needs to be quoted, we were the first to state the intra-state air service way back in 2011. And that operation started between the two cities of Gwalior and Bhopal. Later on it covered up to 7 cities and lasted for about 3.5 years. Maybe we can say it failed after some time, but it was lesser successful than failed. Government did everything what is being done today under the Udan policy or the new policies, but government of Madhya Pradesh was doing that way back in 2001. So one of the reasons which we realized that this could not sustain for a very long time, that the regional level connectivity and the feeder airport were not well prepared. Although we undertook 3 seats against the 9, probably that may not have been good enough. So when it comes to, or when we do a fireside chat with the industry today, we probably can look into what's the proposition of 2023 instead of 2011. So we say we have learned from that, and we are still ready to take up in a more revised, better fashion. Over the time, probably the aviation industry has also gone, so the scope for such kind of services has increased. Income levels have increased, and also the industry sector in Madhya Pradesh is growing very fast. In order to promote that, recently we have taken up all our airstrips, which are nearly 23, which are owned by the state, to be developed in a manner in consultation with these other departments of Madhya Pradesh, so that that can cater to the smaller aircrafts and also to mid-sized jets also. So that's one initiative in the state. With this initiative for the aviation sector, we definitely, as I was saying, strategically and geographically very well located ecosystem of the industry. So government has a huge policy of supporting any project which is a mega project in Madhya Pradesh. When we say it's not only the support within the policy, but government of Madhya Pradesh has been giving incentives during the course of discussions of what kind of incentives are required for the industry. That's given. There are examples of that. Policy already we have a vision policy, but as the Principal Secretary was telling today that we are looking, and we also have hired an expert to devise a new policy which is in line with the policy of the Ministry of Civil Aviation, as well as the two schemes of the Government of India like Udan and others. So as far as the existing aviation infrastructure, we have 5 commercial airports which are being operated by Airport Authority. There are 2 new ones coming, which, if you remember, was mentioned in the speech of the Honorable Minister also. We have 26 of the total airstrips, of 23 of the government, remaining are either the defense or private. So basic minima is already available in Madhya Pradesh. It's not mentioned here, but recently I was looking out after the Honorable Chief Minister's visit. We have 468 helipads made in Madhya Pradesh. I don't know how useful that data is, but that's the exact numbers we have. So probably that data can also be of some sense. So government is really working very closely with the concerned stakeholders. Intent is to increase the number of domestic flights. Today, one has been declared to start in the month of October. We are also looking seriously to increase the international flights from Madhya Pradesh. 2 are currently operating from Indore. Probably one will start from Bhopal very soon. There was one assigned earlier from Khajuraho to Malaysia. I don't know what happened to that, but that's supposed to be changed someday. We'll follow on that. We have 30 air stations where we have given licenses for the flying schools, and also one drone school, which is in Gwalior, that was also mentioned in the. We are looking for another new greenfield international airport. The two major activities which we intend to do in order to attract the civil aviation and aerospace related activity. One is to get aviation policy, which is in line with the policy of the Ministry of Civil Aviation. And secondly, to develop all 23 airstrips which can cater to mid-size as well as the small aircraft. So, intent is to, if we do so, probably we can attract a lot of aviation related activity when it comes to tourism in Madhya Pradesh. I think tourism will be talked in detail by the Honorable the Principal Secretary also. And another intended outcome is to last mile connectivity by to help the business other than the light aerospace and aviation activities. There are other untapped potentials since we are exactly at the center of the state of the country. Probably we have been talking a lot since last 1 year that there is the possibility of establishing some MRO facility in Madhya Pradesh, whether the government can come and pitch in with a lot of supports to that. Is it possible to establish a flight simulator training center in Madhya Pradesh, because Madhya Pradesh probably we have huge land banks. There is a lot of incentives in the policy if there are investment in these sectors. I think 4% VAT on the ATF is one of the lowest in the country, and probably we can also promote helicopter operations for which the particular summit, and we can talk individually to the different operators. We can look into the need of the industry, and then the state can act accordingly rather than the state doing something and then industry looking to pitch in into that. Probably we are ready to do that. So, last but not the least, I think you have to put that on the slide. So, we did create some way for what we will do. Probably this to me looks a little obsolete, but the better version of this is the takeaway from the summit today. We'll try to listen what the industry needs, and accordingly, then we can rewrite our way forward. But intent is to take the advantage of this summit, talk to the industry in person, write a policy which is very conducive to the industry, and to make the best use of the schemes of the government of India, and probably this summit came to the Madhya Pradesh, to the Khajuraho, but we most needed it. Thank you so much. So, the tourism perspective will be given by Honorable Principal Secretary, Mr. Shivshekhar Shukla. I request him to come to this.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me welcome all of you to the cleanest and the greenest heart of incredible India. आप सब लोग खाने के बाद थोड़ा सा स्लम्बर में हैं, तो मुझे जगाने के लिए टूरिज्म का थोड़ा फ्लेवर डालने के लिए भेजा गया है. So I'll just straight away go to my presentation. We'll start with a small film. And first of all, before that, I must thank Honorable Secretary Aviation for organizing this very timely workshop here in Madhya Pradesh and Khajuraho, which is crying badly for some kind of good and better connectivity. The entire state is, very badly hurt when it comes to tourism because of poor connectivity. So it's very timely organized workshop here, and I'm being given an opportunity to speak and tell you about the tourism perspective. So once again, from my side, I would like to thank Ministry of Aviation, Civil Aviation. You can please start. Sir,
वीडियो नहीं हो रहा
When I open my eyes today,
डुप्लीकेट कर दिया
enchanted by seeing charms, I desire to bask in its blissful arms. When the going gets tough and triumph upholds, I wish to rejoice my victories amidst the brave and the bold. The adventure then unveils, to the courageous roars and soaring hopes, I bow down and hail. For the times when the spirit is at peace, I seek the divine, and uncertainty unsees. Purity, power, passion, and pleasure. The beings that reside in me are all I want to treasure. Beauty, adventure, peace and culture are my inner core.
स्विचिंग में
I am the heart, and I desire it all. Madhya Pradesh, सब कुछ जो दिल चाहे.
The state is a veritable treasure trove with an array of offerings which include heritage, wildlife, spiritual and wellness destinations, and a thriving tourism industry built industriously and thoughtfully incorporating ecotourism, vibrant year-round fairs and festivals, and highlighting the natural beauty and culinary delights of the state. People ask what is the best time to visit Madhya Pradesh? Any time of the year is the best time. In the summer months, wildlife spottings are best as the animals come out seeking watering holes. Winters are great to visit the heritage spots as the mild temperatures are conducive to long outdoor stays. Monsoon covers the entire state in greenery in places such as Mandu, Ochhar and Pachmani Kamalai. We are home to 3 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. The magnificent temple complex of Khajuraho features sculptures which highlight the advanced cultural achievements of ancient India. Sanchi Stupa is a major monument constructed to portray the life and journey of Lord Buddha. Bhibetkar is one of the oldest dwelling sites of humankind. It dates back to the Paleolithic age with more than 500 rock shelters depicting ancient rock paintings. These paintings are among the earliest recorded exhibition of human expression and creativity. In addition to the 3 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, Mandu and Ochha are also on the proposed World Heritage Sites list. More than 30% of MP is covered in forests and the state is home to 24 wildlife sanctuaries, 11 national parks and 6 tiger reserves. The 2019 Tiger Census has declared Madhya Pradesh to be the tiger state of India with maximum number of the majestic beasts among all Indian states with a total population of 526 tigers. Madhya Pradesh is the only state in India which can boast of cheetahs roaming in the wild. You can see these majestic beasts in Kuno National Park. Cheetah, Prime Minister's initiative to bring cheetahs back to Indian soil after they got extinct in 1952. MP's Kuno National Park in Shiokpur near Gwalior is lucky to be chosen for this one of its kind ambitious relocation project. We have also earned the epithet of Wanchar State of India. The gharial is an alligator-like reptile which is found in some parts of the state, and the Chambal region has a project dedicated to increasing the population of this unique species. One can also spot leopards in some of the wildlife reserves of the state. Madhya Pradesh is one of the most important pilgrimage centers in the country. It is home to two jockey.
Actually, time doesn't permit me to take you through the entire presentation. There were a couple of small films there. But nevertheless, since you are here yourself, you must have seen since yesterday, those who have just gone around and seen Khajuraho a little bit, that Madhya Pradesh is one of those states which has got so much to offer. Within a state, you have got almost everything what to talk about, except the sea beaches. You have history, you have wilderness, you have wildlife, you have water bodies, huge water bodies, adventure tourism, so many religious places, two Jyotirlingas, Shakti Peeths, a huge project coming up in Omkareshwar, Adi Shankaracharya project. Government is investing something like 3,000 crores there. Ujjain, after Mahakal corridor, opened by Honorable Prime Minister, is witnessing footfall of 1.5 to 2 lakhs per day. So the potential of the state is immense and it's waiting to be tapped. Last 6 months, we have been organizing a number of G20 meetings of various levels, ministerial down to working group to down there. And Indore, Bhopal and Khajuraho, all these places have emerged as great MICE destinations. We have put very good infrastructure of MICE, at least in these 3 places. And you must have observed a number of 5-star hotels in Khajuraho. One of the places where the first 5-star hotel of Madhya Pradesh came over. And so the entire potential, when we go out and sell it to others in the country and go outside the country to international markets, the entire buck stops at connectivity because it's a huge state. It takes overnight train journey to cross from east to west and north to south. So how do people reach to remote and very exotic and quaint kind of locations which are really beautiful, and people are very keen and they are very anxious to come to these kind of places and have a lot of experiential tourism potential which is there in Madhya Pradesh. But for want of connectivity is not happening. So this is an opportunity when I would just like to throw open this question before you, that all of you who are into this business of helicopters and small aircraft, how can you try to exploit this potential of Madhya Pradesh by working with us? It's a saying that it takes 2 to tango. 2 are there, destinations are there, you are there, but it's not tangoing. What it takes to tango, let us try to work it out. And I'll be around today, even after this session. If any one of you want to have one-to-one meeting with me, my colleague from the aviation, will be too keen. One thing which has been happening in our state and other places also, aviation and tourism, these are 2 separate departments working in silos, generally speaking, at least in the state. But here, for the first time, I'm coming to a place where I'm talking to the aviation persons. And I've got so many forums opened up in my state where aviation fellows can have interaction with the tourism or the hospitality sector. So once we have this kind of interaction, we understand each other's requirements, each other's limitations, and then come about working a good formula with the help of central government. I think we'll be able to crack this code of connectivity. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for listening patiently. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shekhar Shukla as well as Chandramali Shukla. I think some good points made there, but what I'll do is that we'll have about 3 presentations and then we'll have 1 or 2 questions so that everybody is involved in it. One of the key questions that I was just coming to my mind when he was making the presentation was that Madhya Pradesh is one state which tried to start subsidy, for services connecting cities within Madhya Pradesh, and it didn't succeed. They tried it for a couple of years and it hasn't succeeded. But now the situation is quite different, and there's a high possibility and probability that this kind of initiative can succeed. So, what is the impediment that helicopter operators or small aircraft operators see in connecting some routes within Madhya Pradesh? Question that somebody would like to give a comment would be very welcome. With this, thank you so much to the Government of Madhya Pradesh for hosting this event also, and this beautiful presentation on both the aviation side as well as the tourism side. I now request Sunny Ruglani. He is the co-chair of FICCI General Aviation Task Force, and he is also the head of Airbus helicopters in India as well as the South Asia region. I invite him to make a presentation, please.
Thank you, sir. First of all, a very good afternoon to all the distinguished personalities on the dais, and a good afternoon to all my friends in the audience. So I have a small presentation. And since time is limited, I'll keep my remarks short. So first, I'll start with the good news. Okay, you can see the slides there. The good news is that from an OEM's perspective, so from a manufacturer's perspective, I don't speak as an operator. The good news is that we see that the market is coming back in terms of shipment of new helicopters. So you can see a chart there, and we're almost reaching the number of new deliveries that we could see before COVID. So that's a good thing, and we see it manifesting in many forms. On a global scale, we see the oil and gas market bouncing back. We see that operations like HEMS, so that's helicopter ambulance services, and airborne law enforcement, they are picking up. So many countries are actually investing in updating, and many private operators are investing in updating these. Now, if I were to sort of map it to India, we can see that the operations, for example, for us, the biggest contributor to helicopter operations after oil and gas are those religious tourism. And you can see that that market is, I was speaking to some operator the other day, it's back to pre-COVID levels. And the demand is so high that within hours of free tickets, everything gets sold out. So you can see that this change that we're seeing globally is also happening in India. Now, of course, as I said, India is also gradually realizing that helicopters are not just for selected few. There are public missions, there are missions where only helicopters and small aircraft play a role. I already spoke about the tourism market. And there I just would like to leave you with one thought, which we also see globally. Many operators here see themselves as just operators. They would fly in Kedarnath, Badrinath, or in Vaishno Devi or elsewhere as well. What we see, the shift that we see, and that I can share with you as a global OEM, many of these charter operators are now adapting themselves into tourism companies. So they're not only offering you the service to carry passengers from point A to point B, but they're actually bundling their solutions with hotel stays, with trips, and they're actually inventing themselves as tourism companies and taking a much larger share of what the tourist has to spend. So this alleviates some pressure also on the pricing. So I think in India, and especially when the state of Madhya Pradesh, where there are so many tourism opportunities, this would be one of my recommendations to charter operators to start inventing themselves as tourism companies. Now, from an Airbus helicopters perspective, this year has been a good year for us. You will see that starting next year, in fact, from our side, we'll be achieving 2 big milestones. The first is we would see the entry into service of the H-160. So H-160 is our top-of-the-line product and also the world's sort of most advanced helicopter in the medium category. We will see the entry into service of the H-160. So that's a big milestone for us. And the other thing is the entry into service of the H-145 in the offshore oil and gas market. I was telling somebody during lunchtime, in the last few weeks, we've seen the first Airbus corporate helicopter version of the H-125 land in India, the ACH-125. We've seen the first version of the Aston Martin edition of the H-130 land in India. So all this to say that this impact of the global growth plus the policies of the Ministry of Civil Aviation are making an impact. We see it, and of course the market is seeing it because of all these concrete points. So it's all good news, so to speak, so far. Now, of course, moving on, the Ministry of Civil Aviation obviously has taken some very commendable steps. I will not go through them because we've already heard them during the course of the day. But as I said, I mean, there's a lot more that can be done. I mean, what we have seen so far is probably not even the tip of the iceberg. Somebody said today morning, we have 250 helicopters, it should be multiplied by 10. How will that come? And I think there the answer lies in certain, we need to make a deviation from the past, relying on certain sectors and say, well, all the growth will come from oil and gas or from charters. No. Fractional ownership, one thing that needs to be tackled. I know, Balaji, will tackle it later. Fractional ownership, opening new segments, HEMS, Project Sanjeevani, so we are waiting for that to take off, and I'm sure it will set a template for other states to follow. And to all the state representatives, I would say that states can do a lot more to promote helicopter operations in their states. It's not only the Ministry of Civil Aviation. The states can take the initiative to have their own schemes for promoting last mile connectivity, for promoting helicopter-based ambulance, and have prototypes for law enforcement based on a helicopter platform. So I think the states, there is room for states to step up and come to the forefront. Now, that's my last slide. So there is a very, I mean, when I was building my speech here, I wanted to actually give you the economic impact of a helicopter operation. But I could not find any such report. There's a very old report which gives you the economic impact and the employment multiple, but that's like from 1998. So, as the FICCI co-chair, and on behalf of FICCI, I would like to take the action, and of course it's a call to FICCI as well. We should have a vision document. I will not even say a report. We should have a vision document on what would it take, what actions we need to take as an industry, as an ecosystem, that helicopters and small aircraft assume their role in nation building. Because yes, ladies and gentlemen, these two platforms, these two assets, helicopters and aircraft, are a tool for nation building. So I want to leave you with that thought. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sunny. Thank you for a very useful presentation. I think one key point that he made was that we must look at helicopter and small aircraft operations in a different way. And the way forward is all about bundling the service with either hotel stay or a visit to a tiger reserve or a reserve forest. So some amount of bundling is the only way that this value proposition for passengers will increase. And if there's somebody who would like to make a comment after Mr. Razdan's presentation, I'll throw the floor open for comments. So now I invite CMD of Pavanance, Mr. Sanjeev Razdan, who's here with me to make a brief presentation.
Okay. And we are talking about the helicopters. We will see, I mean, as an operator, we have seen 3-4 different models by which the helicopters have been used to provide this
last mile connectivity. The models which some states have taken is to hire the helicopter and provide the service to the people wherever they feel like connecting. The second model is where operators have started certain routes, especially the religious routes, and over a period of time they have developed as a very popular routes for the people, and they are self-sustained. Third is the RCS. Pavanans also participated in all the three types of models, and in RCS I can say that now we are seeing that these routes are becoming popular. Certain sectors, of course, not all. And currently we are operating 36 routes in the Himachal Pradesh as well as Uttarakhand and Assam. And there are certain routes where now people have started using the helicopters, and I can share the data is we have almost taken around 17,000 passengers in last 2 years, keeping in mind that the first initial year was COVID impacted. Now the people have started using the helicopters in these RCS routes, and they are somehow, I can say that over a period of time, another 2 to 3 years, they will become popular, and maybe we may see the sustainability of these routes. As you all are aware that Ministry has opened up 5.1 Udan scheme, and I am also hopeful that we will be bidding more routes on the different states in the northeast, and these will also become popular in due course of time. What is important to see in these last mile connectivity routes and the development which has taken place after the helicopter operation has started in these particular places, that you see that economic activity has increased. People have started using the service as one of the multimodal connectivities as a part of it. Serving the same sector has definitely impacted the market, and of course people have started utilizing the services. And these have been the cornerstone that initially, especially because we are not talking about tier 1 and tier 2 cities where the affluent people are there, the businesses are there where people can spend the company money and move around in these flights. We are talking about the places where people have a concept of they have good time available with them, and they value the money more than the time. So that is where it takes time in these particular small towns that you have to sustain your operation for a longer period of time to let people become used to it or become conscious of their time, where they can see the value for their money and they start using these services. What I can say is, since after the COVID, as Sunny has rightly said, that things are moving back to the normal pre-COVID levels, we also see the same in terms of deployment of new aircrafts, new routes, and also there are more and more inquiries for charters, and people want to have different models of charters, as one of has been suggested by Sunny, like bundling and packaging. We see that quite often during the Yatra season in all the three places, Amarnath, Vaishno Devi, and as well as the Kedarnath. So these are different methods which are evolving over a period of time with the helicopter industry, and what is restrained, as somebody rightly asked in the morning, that why we are not going from 230 to 2,500 helicopters in the country. There are certain bottlenecks, or I should say constraints, but I think we all need to think big in terms of having more helicopters, more crew available to operate that. And one of the initiatives what we have taken is with Flyola today is to provide the support to the FTO in terms of providing the employment opportunities to their cadets. So that's where we will be supporting them, and that's where more and more resources are made available, which will definitely be deployed in different states, and where at times we get constrained because of the resources. we are able to provide these services without any difficulty. I'll not take much time. I think that should conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Razdan. I think everybody in the room is familiar with provenance and the role that they have played in the proliferation of usage of helicopters. There's no doubt that on the routes that they have operated over a period of time, those have stabilized, and there is a buy-in from passengers to a willingness and a buy-in from passengers to pay the fee, the fare for traveling on those routes. But this is largely been restricted, we see, in the state of Uttarakhand, northeast, the hilly regions. Now the challenge is to take this model to the entire country, and that is the challenge before us today. So at this point, I will request the next speaker, which is Mr. Nikhil Dwivedi, to come on stage and set up his presentation. Meanwhile, I will take two observations or comments that are there from the audience. You can come and please set up. If there's any comment that anybody would like to make, any of the same comments, or any of the operators or OEM, anybody would like to make a comment, the time is given for that. Okay, yeah, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. So basically, my presentation will cover a brief of HCL. Many of you know what HCL is into. And then why HCL can contribute into this slogan, reaching the last mile. How HCL can contribute, that also I am going to cover up. My slides cover a lot of technical things that I will like to skip because the requirement is different here. But certainly, I would like to address that what actually India should look from HAL, demand from HAL. Because HAL is a 80 years old aerospace company. And we are into lot of things. If you see, we are right now 24th position globally. And our capabilities, if you see, it starts from design and development of fixed wing and rotary wing aircrafts. We are into mid-life upgradations. We are into MRO, overhauling of all these aircrafts. And if you see, our product range, current operations, if you see, there are aircraft which are 40, 50 years old aircraft, but still we are maintaining them. This is where, whether it is civil or military, India should look at HAL, because if we are giving you any aircraft, whether it is a fixed wing or a helicopter, you can be assured that HAL is here to look after your helicopters and fixed wing aircraft. So if you see, we have already designed and produced 17 type platforms. And through TOT, if you see, we have done 33. And all these aircraft, if our military, our armed forces want them to maintain, we are doing it. So same will be for the civil market also. We are into engines also. So that is another very positive thing about the civil market. If in engines, we are into production, maintenance, overhauling, everything we are doing in two places. One is in Delhi, Bangalore, and other is in Korapur. Now coming to helicopters. HAL started its journey in 1960 through TOT program of Chetak and Cheetah. And then in mid-80s, we decided to develop our own helicopter. And in 2000, we were able to give India the first indigenous helicopter, advanced light helicopter ALH. Till now, we have produced more than 330 helicopters, which are flying with all the 4 armed forces. And few are in civil market also. Mark 1 is with civil market also. Then second product was LCS, Light Compact Helicopter. Out of this, we have already produced 15 and we have given 5 to Army and 10 to Air Force. The latest helicopter what we have designed and now under production is the LUH. And to produce this helicopter, we have opened a new factory in Tumkur, which was recently inaugurated by our Prime Minister on 6th of February. 2 new projects which are under design table is RUAV and IMRH. IMRH is a 13-ton helicopter and it is in a very advanced stage of design. So now coming to group. Till now HAL has produced 4 different versions for the different requirements of armed forces. And it is flying with Army, Air Force, Navy, Coast Guard and few in civil also. I think few slides are missing. Anyway, HAL is having a organization, different types of approval from DGCA for civil market. And I think everybody knows that we are having less than 250 civil helicopters flying in India, which is just 1% of the worldwide numbers of civil helicopters. And this is some estimation that we have done for civil helicopters, which cover 48% for light single engine helicopters, 27% for intermediate and medium twin engine helicopters, 20% for light twin engine helicopters. If you see this all varieties, so HAL right now is having 2 helicopters, Dhruv Civil and LUH Civil, which can together address close to 70% of the civil helicopter requirement of India. So this is all market segment of civil helicopter, which I think everybody knows. And this again, this is where HAL helicopters can possibly play a role, whether it is through UDAN or HEMS or law enforcement, tourism. So these are the different altitude. And this is one helicopter, whatever we have produced, it can go and land in Leh and Ladakh also. I don't think any other helicopter in the world can do that. So this is one example on the northeast region. If you are able to deploy LH Civil, so with this, you can see 3 circles. The middle one is with 14 passengers. It can cover what area. And the second one is with 10 passengers, and the last one with 8 passengers. So one, if you are able to position in the center near somewhere in Assam, so it can cover the whole northeast region of northeast India. So this is another requirement of HEMS where this can, our helicopters can play a major role. So this is one type certification what I have put here for civil LH. So these are all the different roles of LH where it can be used. So that which is going to it is going to take over. So if you see this chart, you can see it can play a major role in the civil market of India. And these are a few examples. If you can see how it can go into Badrinath, Kedarnath, and it can operate from Delhi, Dehradun, or Pahalgam. And this is the capacity of LUH. It has a 6 passengers, or it can have 4 VIP seats, and it can have 2 stretchers. And it is the best in class with whatever you are seeing this cabin volume. I think no other helicopter is having that type of cabin volume. And maintenance wise, it is a very simple helicopter. So, since around 340 helicopters are already flying from HAL throughout the country, we are supporting these helicopters in 20 different bases throughout India. I think putting these helicopters in the civil market is going to give you a lot of trained manpower, easy access to your LRUs and other items for maintenance. The turnaround time of maintenance will be very short. So I think there is where HL can pitch to realize the dream of last mile. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nikhilji. I will now request M. Ashil Butola to come on stage, please. The presentation from HAL by Mr. Dwivedi was very useful, and one of the points that he said was that the Dhruv as well as the ALH, they have the capability for meeting 70% of requirements in India. I think that's an important point that he made. Over to you, M. Ashil Butola.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity to speak here. The theme being the last mile connectivity. And I'm sure everyone realizes here the importance of a helicopter in ensuring last mile connectivity. But a country is huge. And to see actually the number of helicopters we need, I think we are nowhere there, and that was already discussed earlier. From a slow beginning, the helicopter industry peaked in 2012 with 294 helicopters, but it dipped to 239, a decline of about 18 to 19%. But fortunately, I was checking table yesterday, there's been increase from 239 to 254. That is a good sign, and the same thing Sunny had covered. If I had to, today, because RWSI as an organization has been raising regulatory and policy related issues constantly, the list of issues which we have is very long. So I had to actually sit down and actually flag only 5 of them because of time constraints, because in 7 to 8 minutes what I can cover. In after the event is over, maybe we can continue discussing that. If I had to say in one line, what can we do? So the roadmap already exists. The first point what I would like to highlight is, in 2016, Government of India issued National Civil Aviation Policy, which is known as NCAP 2016. And in fact, as a result of that, today you see significant growth in the aviation industry. But sir, I don't know, for some reason, para 16 of that policy, which has 8 sub-paras, somehow got ignored, sir. And that para 16 relates to the helicopters. I'm sad to say not a single para in that has been addressed. I'll request if that can be used. If that is implemented, I am sure 80 to 90% issues which are being faced by the industry will be addressed. Second point is helicopter infrastructure. Like since morning we've heard enough the way infrastructure has come up in our country, and it's amazing actually. You go to any airport, but somewhere we fail to see that helicopter operators, and you have cases on daily basis at big airports like Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, where the helicopters have to wait for even half an hour to either take off or land. So what is required is to deconflict this. And if you have to deconflict that, we need helicopter specific infrastructure to come up, not only in the towns, but also in the remote areas. Like for example, if you have one helipad in each district, you will not be running around getting clearance All you have to do, like a fixed thing, file a file and go, because it's a recognized helipad, maybe with bare minimum requirement of security. If we have to make sure that helicopter traffic flows efficiently. Is in a layman's term, I'll give you a small example, like a Delhi-Meerut expressway. The number of accidents there was so high, and what NHAI realized that the slow-moving traffic of two-wheelers and tractors is creating so much a problem. So they banned that. There is no entry for two-wheelers. I'm not saying ban helicopters, but here it's a controlled airspace where you are being controlled. But then the controller gets stuck because he has to handle both together. So we therefore need to deconflict this so that both can operate easily. In fact, in the remote places, we need these helipads and heliports, which is there in NCAP also. We have had cases in recent past where after some miscommunication or message is not going through, pilot is landed at the helipad and FIR has been raised against you for landing without clearance. Next, the third point is defense pilots licensing. This has been issue for the last 1.5 years. We had no helicopter ATOs in this country. In fact, I'm very happy to learn that the first helicopter ATO has come into being, and my all good wishes. I hope they do a great job and they're successful in their efforts. But that is definitely what we need. Presently, the only source for helicopter industry is 3 defense services and the Coast Guard. Now, since the last 1.5 years, since the Chetak has been deregistered from the civil register, there are some people who have only flown Chetak, they cannot get license. We are wasting our skilled manpower, and I'm sure the operator will confirm there is definitely a shortage of pilots as far as helicopter industry is concerned. In this context, I would like to say we need to find a workable solution. ICAO recognizes military flying experience and lays down the procedure for licensing of military pilots in Chapter 2, Section 5 and Attachment G to Chapter 2 of ICAO .9379, that is Manual for Procedure for Establishment and Management of States Personal Licensing System. On similar lines, FAA has laid down the process for providing direct license to military personnel based on competency exam of military. In certain cases, there is no skill test required, no flying test required also. In fact, RWSI is also a member of International Federation of Helicopter Associations, which has 16 countries starting from USA, Canada, South America, Europe, New Zealand, Australia, Japan, and we meet every month on a video conference, and this issue we discuss with them, and they confirm that these policies are implemented there, and there is no issue in a military pilot getting a license based on the military experience. So fourth point which I would like to raise, and this from my heart, because somehow this has never been talked about, is safety and quality of accident investigation. Safety of flying operations is the bottom line, is I think very important, and actually every accident we learn some lessons. Idea is, from the lessons we have learned, we need to tailor our policy, implement what we call measures, so that such things are not repeated. So I am very sad to say, last 1 year there have been 3 fatal accidents. Till now, not a single investigation report is available to public. In fact, there is no information available. As for ICAO surveillance, 3 weeks or 4 weeks, a preliminary report is supposed to be made public. We do not have any data, sir, and neither with AIB nor with DGCA. We try to maintain something from what we cut out from various sources. We are also member of Vertical Aviation Safety Team, that is a global what we call setup, where we are working on importance of data. Where every month, even if you go to NTSB website, every month they are updating their statistics online. You know what are the accidents, how it happened, what are the analysis. Like based on analysis, I'll just give one example. In almost last 33 years, we have collected data. 68% of accidents are because of the pilot error, that is loss of control, loss of situational awareness, or CFIT, that is control fighting terrain. That is a very high figure, which needs to be addressed either by training or by policy to make sure, and educating people so that they do not get into that situation. But I think that we need to do something about that. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I will leave this only last point. I'll just in 30 seconds I'll cover that. So the helicopter accident sale was a very great initiative, sir. It's brought things on the table and lot has happened. Thanks for that, sir. But one request, I think that there is a requirement of more helicopter operators, because as of now, no one is there, and they are PSU, they anyway have access to you. There are big operators, General Honda is sitting there. I think we need inputs from these big operators so that their inputs can be taken for, we try to represent them, but I think it will be a good idea to involve more operators into deliberations and discussions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Marshal Butola. Some very valid observations made by Marshal Butola on the need for creating infrastructure, the need for cross-training in it, and absorbing pilots from defense background into civilian aviation, and also having more operators. I think we have a fair amount of operators. Some of them are present here in the room. We would like to hear from them also on what are their responses to some of the points that you've raised. I now invite Wing Commander Gatpande. He will be presenting to us on the topical issue of HEMS. Over to you.
Secretary Bansal, dignitaries on the dais, eminent speakers, industry colleagues, and friends. Good afternoon. I will provide Bell partnered with New York Police from the Bell X-1 rocket jet crossing sound barrier to the latest tilt-rotor Valor 280. Bell has always been leading the innovations in vertical lift technology. The Bell 525 will be the first commercially certified fly-by-wire aircraft. These innovations carry over to our future commercial airplanes also. The Bell commercial models are the short light single 505, the long light single 407, light twin 429, medium twin 412, and now the heavy twin 525, which is certified shortly. The Bell's proven track record on deliveries and support make us a trusted global partner. With these commercial business missions, with strategically placed global support centers, Bell is positioned to keep our customers flying and serving our community. Working with our segment leaders to enhance our customer operations with safety training and consulting services to enhance the operation. This value-added provision is invaluable to emerging and growing markets like the HEMS and the airborne law enforcement or the parapublic segment. Here is basically, sir, is the crux of my presentation and the biggest value-added services which BEL globally supports. The segment managers can assist an operator that purchases BEL helicopters to higher levels of operational and business development success. BEL has been widely known for more than 80 years as an industry-leading original equipment manufacturer. This award-winning success in the part comes from an innate understanding on the critical need for support functions that go well beyond the transaction of a helicopter. Although typically in the form of aftermarket, customer service, engineering and flight training, BEL focus can also be acquired through direct operational consulting service and training, as is the case in this particular proposal. So coming to the final slide is this unique feature of BEL is not only standalone in the industry, but is completely customizable to specific needs. Examples of specific objectives are sustainment and enhancement of all aspects of aviation-related safety, sustainment and enhancement to higher levels of operational success in all segments, primary focus on HEMS and the parapublic, sustainment and enhancement to higher levels of business development, primary focus on HEMS revenue sourcing, re-establishment of baseline operational academics for all segments. Next steps, operational academics for all segments to include special focus on HEMS, trauma systems and medical protocol development, introductory concepts on public safety development as potential business model. The last slide, what I was mentioning about the segment specialist, this is what is the, you can say, the BEL USP. Any regulatory authority, any state government, any operator wanting to start the HEMS operation or the airborne law enforcement operation, the BEL team will be here at no cost to the operator to guide, help in setting up, integrating all your operations. And lastly, with our US-India ACP cooperation program with the FAA inspector, we all can be here to help this industry establish and grow in HEMS as well as
to launch the HEMS project in Rishikesh. And this was a project that the Government of India, Ministry of Health and the Government of Uttarakhand had underwritten completely. The Government of India had decided that we will pay 50% of the OPEX for 1 year, and Government of Uttarakhand had come forward and said that they will pay the OPEX, 50% of the OPEX. And we did a bidding process, and I was really kind of pained to see that only 3 bids came on that. And the winning bidder was awarded a bid, I think, more than a year back, and he has not been able to implement that. So I know 2 OEMs are here. One, Sunny is here representing Airbus, and just now we had Commander Gatpande speaking about the BEL helicopters. But the truth of the matter is that there is no tie-up between the OEMs and helicopter operators, and there is no, I would say, no traction which is happening. We're not getting adequate bids when we invite bids. And these are bids where the government is underwriting the entire OPEX. So I think all of us in this.
This is the team of aeromedical commandos, we call. They are trained to save lives on Indian road. HEMS is not a helicopter operation. It's an aeromedical operation where 80% is medicine and 20% in aviation. Although financially you can speak the other way around. These were women, some of them were my colleagues, doctors, traveling from Davangere to Goa a couple of years ago. 22 of them met with an accident, and only one was saved by us by using a fixed-wing aircraft, which we flew, took us 3.5 hours to reach Hubli Airport and bring her to Bangalore. Among these 22 women, who were all young moms, at least 40% of them could have been alive today if had a hem stopper, bringing them back or giving them the right kind of a treatment with the right intervention on the team, on the site there. Normally in India today, if you look at it, if there is an accident, first the primary response is done by a land ambulance, which takes the patient to a primary healthcare center or the closest hospital, which is then shipped to a Taluk hospital and a district hospital, where we do not have a single trauma specialist or a trauma surgeon or a neurosurgeon or a chest surgeon who can deal with this kind of a polytrauma or traumatic injuries which are killing people. In any accident that happens, 40% of these patients could be, these are the ones which can be salvaged. 10% to 15% walk away with minor injuries. There are another 10 to 15% who sustain non-salvageable injuries. But this 30 to 40% of the people, when we are losing every 4 minutes one person, nearly more than 350 people dying on Indian roads, and 16 children we are losing. Proper figures, at least 40% of them could be saved. This is another guy. He's a 42-year-old wildlife doctor. He was in Shumaga trying to capture a wild elephant which had killed 2 college students just a week before. He was trying to aim and try to find the elephant from the bushes, and he was straight away head-on attacked by this elephant. This elephant put his feet on his chest and crushed his chest, and he had a torrential hospital where they tried to do some primary sterilization. This guy is a care center because Shumaga airport was not operational and we didn't have a hem stoppers to bring him back. So we had to put him on a machine called lung bypass, called ECMO, take over his entire lung function, create an artificial lung outside, and bring him to Bangalore in 238 minutes, coordinating between 5 IPS officers, green corridor, and he survived. He went home. The reason he went home is we put him on a lung bypass, but not every single person sustaining injuries are lucky enough to access to this service of ECMO or having a green corridor. He was a forest department official, government supported, IPS officers came forward. We had the skills and technique to do this. It was India's first trauma ECMO. We were able to bring him back and send him home safely today. If we had a helicopter that day, we could have easily flown. Within an hour, we could have brought him to Bangalore and we would have had a similar outcome. What ICAT has been doing since last 5 to 6 years towards making HEMS happen in India, I don't think so many of you know about this. I and Dr. Rahul Singh, my colleague who's sitting here, are founders of this, ICAT Air Ambulance Services. We both are trained in UK, anesthesia, critical care, and aeromedical. We're part of Air Ambulance Service there. When we're having a flourishing career, we wanted to bring this back to India and make a difference. We were involved in the car document. We were invited to create a HEMS circular or a car document when we came back from the UK. We were the first people to organize a closed room meeting with NHAI Chairman Mr. Raghav Chandra, Mr. DG, Mr. Bullard, Society of Emergency Medicine India, British Deputy High Commissioner. They will become an organ donor as well. We not only started working towards HEMS, we also established one of the Asia's largest aeromedical team, nearly doing 3 international transfers, 4 to 5 domestic transfers, and done the highest number of heart and lung bypass in the world today. And the air ambulance companies across the world are asking us to give the details about how to do ECMO services as well. We just didn't restrict ourselves to India. We went and trained the Sri Lankan Air Force doctors how to do HEMS. We set up an air ambulance in Maldives We're using seaplanes and speedboats, doing exactly what the HEMS can do, although they do not have helicopters at this point of time because of the regulation. We're introducing HEMS as well with all this. So, just coming to the gist of the entire thing, in an accident site, helicopter responding with the right kind of skill set, bringing the patient to the tertiary care center should be a seamless effort with a robust command center. This is the Jaipur highway where we did the entire DPR, which is ready, which is being discussed as well very thoroughly with all the stakeholders. With a network of 25 bases, we can cover the entire national highway network. Not only that, there's a huge economic impact as well. If you look at one helicopter saving 1,000 lives a year, between 3 helicopters in the UK, they're saving 3,500 lives in every HEMS base. So with one helicopter saving 1,000 lives, according to the SVI and SVL report, which is kind of a government-driven body as kind of a table, one death or the one death GDP loss is 4.5 crore. If you save 1,000 lives, that is 4,500 crore kind of a prevention of loss to GDP by one chopper. So if you imagine investing 25 to 30 crore on a chopper, we are going to save 4,500 crore to the country. Not only that, there are other 10 more verticals where these HEMS choppers could be used. It could be medical needs, heart attacks, neonates, new mothers, VIP rallies, pilgrims, which are one of the sitting ducks to have disasters to happen, blast, mines, terrorist attacks. There are 100 roles a helicopter can do. Just to conclude, I would request the 6th helicopter summit, we should be talking about how successfully we have done HEMS in India in the last 1 year, the next talk, wherever it's going to happen. Saying this, I thank you all for listening to me very patiently, and the Odisha government, Mr. Chandra is representing, they floated the HEMS circular. We would like to ask and request you to make the forum here, to make a medical requirement or the medical technical skill of the doctors and the paramedics flying on this helicopter the most important bit when these tenders are coming out. Because what we see is it's more of a aviation, what is written in the tender document than the medical. Thank you.
Just 1 minute. I request Bishop Mansingh to come up for the next presentation. But just one small question I had for you. How many helicopters are you operating? Do you have, give us a number? And also, who pays for this?
Right. So, we are operating mostly 6 weeks. We use helicopters for everything organ mostly. So, we are landing, right, okay. So, we are actually, you kind of, not many people believe, we are landing in sports grounds. We are landing in police headquarters because it's already cordoned off, and we are mostly using it for organ airlifts than for patients because we do not have a single helicopter where we can access. I'm not talking about the offshore, but in our civilian world with a stretcher which can retrieve patients, especially not in the south. We can't mobilize the aircraft from Bombay or Delhi to do helicopter sorties, but whatever we have within Karnataka or within South India where we have bases in Bangalore, Hyderabad, Kolkata, we are not able to have any helicopter with stretcher. We are just using them for organ airlifts where the team goes and brings the organs.
Who funds it?
So the most of the time the patients are paying, and some of the foundations who have tie up with us, because we have an ICAT foundation as well, which has done phenomenal work in the last 2 years. We are pitching in and we are trying to make it happen for some of the patients who can't afford it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shah. So let's move to the next area, which is about aircraft leasing. And I invite Bishop Mansingh ji to make a presentation. We are really out of time, and I don't know how we're going to try and cover the balance speakers within the allotted time. But let's see what we can do. Over to you, Bishop ji.
Good afternoon. So I will make it a little fast so that people can get a time.
just want to introduce Viman. Mission we established Viman way back in 2013. If you look our vision, even before the one came, we always believe aviation to develop a sustained growth to transform the life of the people. That was our vision way back. And this is a part of the area of Viman. And that's the driving us. So just give a quickly what we do. This is the Viman background. We do that. So we are very much involved in the small aircraft and helicopter. This is our team experience. This is our customers. If you look at the aviation growth, I will not spend time because it's already well documented. What I'd like to share is that the decade out there started from 93 and the aviation started the last thing and the next day. If you look at commercial aviation, helicopter, training aircraft, before 93, everything has almost 4% annual growth. The growth was same. After 2003, the leasing option came into commercial aviation. The growth has gone where the helicopter and training aircraft, small aircraft is still. 2013 became the infrastructure boost has come, all the airport staff operations and growth has again gone back. The helicopter segment and training aircraft, commuter aircraft is stagnant. 2000, next decade, what we are seeing now, the commercial aviation is stabilized. Helicopters and training aircraft and commuter, all the infrastructure, all the development has already come, a lot of effort has come. The only thing we missing is the leasing where we establish. So we believe with the policy change, infrastructure and the leasing availability, this segment can also get the same growth what the commercial aviation had in the last decade. If you look at Indian aviation equipment requirement, we are talking a very huge demand. And we are focused in commuter aircraft, helicopter, training aircraft. This is the area of it. So, the challenge, operator face access on the equipment, we are here to support them. We own order book currently, we have ordered a lot of small aircraft and everything. And deliveries are coming, including elements we have lost in the next 4 years. We are also planning to build the new type of sets, the new tower requirements. We are talking about this is a single helicopter, second helicopter converted to single engine is a 90%. That become very useful. It's being operated in Japan, Canada, Japan, Australia. It can be a very good option when bringing to India. Second, we talk about the CMS, we talk about the Sanjeevani. We have got options now we are going to offer single engine and get full engine responsibility helicopter and we have got the operator who wants to plan. I just want to add in the previous Sanjeevani case of what previously happened, there was a lot of support from OEM. They stepped 2 months before talking to the operator and convincing with them to go for the proper design. A lot of people thought it's their ambulance. We put one stretcher, we're going to give it. They are not realized the HMS equipment itself was almost too crowded. It takes a time, it's just easy. And that's the reason we have seen the problem in the first Sanjeevani pilot project, where the wrong aircraft they offered, then they bought second aircraft where the CC is not approved, and then you start playing game stars. It's a well-known source. So now we are at expertise. We are going to them offer single engine for day operation, twin engine for a night operation, full HMS configured as laid out by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Incubator, lift elevator, everything is here. All STC pre-approved in India, so we don't have situation aircraft comes and then sits for 3 months and the plane game starts. So we are going to offer this thing, and this is one of the high demand in India. On average, in developed world, per million population, roughly 1.5 million population, we have a one helicopter achievement. India, we have a none actually dedicated. All of this converted when the need is required. We are offering amphibian aircraft for one deployment, which has been allotted to somebody last year, still not active. We are planning to provide them amphibian aircraft and seater and Calma. And in future, we can provide also commuter aircraft for a lot of sector has been given. Now, some hard facts. India is still a very high risky region for a regional operation. If you look at 91, all the, I don't know the experience here yet, all yellow highlighted are regional airlines, they all shut down in 91 they were launched. every night again, all airlines started except the lines, all other airlines. 2013, traditional airlines, all yellow color started, they all shut down. Now 2019, we have 403 airlines operational, 2 are under the approval. Typical regional airline in India survived between 3 to 5 years. Only 3 airlines able to cross the 5-year mark. And out of that, 2 have closed down with a very heavy losses. So you look from a lesser point of view, it's a very, very high risk area. So this gives from a lesser a lot of things how we can just afford how we need. These are the very high risk factors that my financial investor always look at it. And in spite of that, we always believe this is a segment which can really develop. Being an Indian leasing company, we have a lot of flexibility to support. We have a pretty low cost of administration, which can make it a right. Leasing risk in India, operators are very unstable. Cash flow issue is there with them. One of the major issues, the Udan is only for 3 years, where the typical lease is between 5 to 7 years. So we have exposure on the cash flow basis. After 3 years, it may not be the point. And for me, deploying a small aircraft has become more challenging. We have a some issue with the DGCA regulation. In the recent happening with the low-cost airline, it's become a more and more prominent from the investor point of view. Current regulation doesn't allow a gift city-based leasing company to repurchase aircraft and maintain airworthiness. There's little technical detail. We have already taken up the issue for the last 6 to 9 months, but time has come. If we need to address this one, otherwise investors are very committed to register in my name till I got a custom NOC. Take a custom NOC, I have to go to 20 operators, airport operators, heliport operators, get the loadings from them, pay GST, go to the custom, it takes 6 to 8 weeks. Why 6 to 8 weeks time? Aircraft is not in airport. These are the procedure issues. We have given a solution. I am not going to detail here, but I will have to discuss because that has become the recent incident happened in the past, The investors are holding it now. You let this address, you are risking my money. We have already committed close to a lot of this stability. They are not a very big amount cash flow, but it really helps overall to reduce this thing. We have suggested some DGCA changes, which I will share with you. With these changes, it will bring a lot of confidence, and in spite of the high risk of these regional airlines and helicopters, we are still more than happy to lease it, take it forward. The Ministry of Civil Aviation is issued, and they issued a 3 concerns. I am happy to inform you, sir, the 3 concerns we have already addressed. We have to provide a right type of asset to the potential operator, whether it's a medical configuration or amphibian aircraft, and at the right price. We just need a small alignment of our policy to make it from the MOCA and DGCA to make it a small aircraft and helicopter operation reliable, viable, and sustainable. That we can do. Apart from that, I just want to add, we are talking of other activity. We want helicopters for the fractional ownership or delegated operation. We have a discussion on the first round. It's perfect, it is not perfect, it's a workable, it is a workable. And we are committed as soon as the policy is issued, we are ready to work at all. We are going to do some fractional or the delegated transaction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must thank Mr. Ashok Mansingh ji. He's been a pioneer in this area of leasing in India. And there's a number of points that have been raised by him, some of which pertain to my ministry as well as DGCA. We'll surely look at it. I now call upon Mr. George Isaac from Pratt & Whitney. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are at 4 o'clock and we must do a hard stop at 5 o'clock. So, we have 1 hour with us only. I suggest that all the next speakers really confine themselves to 5 to 6 minutes so that we can have some discussion with the state representatives. Over to you.
And proud to be in front of such an esteemed group of aviation leaders. It's a privilege. Thank you. I just want to introduce.
Speak into the mic. We're not able to hear a word.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to introduce Pratt & Whitney. I'm from Pratt & Whitney, Canada. So we have two verticals. One is the US vertical, one is the Canadian vertical. The Canadian vertical deals with small aircraft, engines for small aircraft and helicopters. We have a large presence in India, and the presence is continuing to grow. So we have 4 engineers based strategically across the country, one in Delhi, one in Mumbai, one in Hyderabad, and one in Bangalore. All 4 of them put together have about 100 years of experience, practical experience on the Pratt engines, and they provide continuous support to our operators in the region. And this support comes at no cost to the operator, also save cost for the operator. So we also have regular customer days. In fact, we have one in August for helicopter operators. We bring technical experts from our headquarters to brief engineers and pilots on the latest technical development and solutions that we have come up with for our operators. This is very informative session and at no cost to the operator. So we have one in Delhi and Mumbai on the 22nd and 24th of August. I would encourage operators flying Pratt & Whitney engines to attend that. Other than that, if there's anything that you need, please, I'm around, get in touch with me and we can talk if you need anything from Pratt & Whitney. And thank you so much for inviting us and hope to be part of the workshop again. And next time, probably we'll have some very interesting presentation. I did away with the presentation because of the time constraints. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, George. May I now invite Mr. Yogesh Garg from the Habitat. Thank you, George, for informing us on your scale of operations in India and your presence in Pan-India. I think the concerned have taken note of that, and we don't take note that you're available here for some time, so if there's some discussions one-to-one, it can be held outside. Thank you. Over to you, Yogesh.
Good afternoon, everybody. And first of all, thank you, Ministry of Civil Aviation, for adding small aircraft in the last mile connectivity. We know how important the helicopter is, but the small aircraft also plays a very vital role in getting the last mile connectivity. And I would like to brainstorm some session here that very different from a larger single aisle aircraft. This has to be treated differently, and why we will go to the presentation. See, I've kept it very short and I've added 2 15-second videos so that we can get why these small aircraft are important. So I will leave about the Havilland. So if you see the fleet in Asia, it's predominantly always a single jet, single aisle jet aircraft, not turboprops. We still lack our remote area, still lacking access to the air services, whether it's medevac, whether it's cargo. And you know, small aircraft is such a versatile aircraft which can be used as an amphibian, which can be used as a land plane, and which can be used as a seaplane. The same aircraft can be converted within hours and can do a different mission. And can land not only rough airfields, very short airfields. There's stall operations. Stall operation it can be used. And show how in the world small aircraft are being treated. I mean, if you see the first picture on the left side, it's a small strip at PNG Papua New Guinea, which is at 4,800 feet, and it's just a 450 meter length and 15 meter wide. And here they have a commercial operation of daily transporting the passenger on a 19 feet order. The second one you see is one is in Scotland. It's a beach runway. Sometimes it is 2 feet underwater, or sometimes it is just a beach. Still, a 19-seat commuter plane is able to land there, and the regulators treat this space differently, and it has a ICAO code also. Here in India, our regulators and policymakers have to treat a small aircraft, whether it's a 9-seater or 19-seater, differently. Currently, all the rules, regulations are very much same for a light aircraft under 5,700 kg or a heavy aircraft. The aiming requirement is same, the maintenance required is same, which creates a lot of burden on the operator. It is very difficult for an operator to sustain a small operation unless until the policymakers are not helping out. Though the RCS 4.2 has really helped a lot to promote the 19-seat or a 9-seater aircraft, and we have a couple of operators. In fact, Flybeck got their first 19-seat to an order. It has already landed in India. It's in Dehradun waiting for clearance to start the operation. So the theme is we have to look whether it is helicopter 19-seat or a smaller aircraft differently from what we have been operating in India, whether it is Boeing or Airbus. That will help that will act as a catalyst for the growth of the small operations or small aircraft operation in India. I'll just share a small video of 15 seconds just to see how in the world these operate or these aircraft operate and in how difficult terrain they operate. So, this is an operation based out of Canada, one remote island, and it's a ICAO airport. So if you see, the aircraft, the 19-seater is just operating on a beach, and it is being followed up around 450 meters to have this operation, and this will take off within 200 meters. So we have to think differently how we can use our infrastructure with minimum stuff infrastructure in India. Can we promote the commuter aircraft? Since commuter aircraft cannot be airport to airport, we have to think differently and allow them to reach out the real last mile, where it is very difficult for a train, a bus, or a helicopter to reach, or somewhere we need to allow this kind of operations. There's a small video, that's what I was talking about in Papua New Guinea. If you see, the elevation is 4,800 feet, the width of the runway is only 50 meters, and the length is 450 meters. And this is a regular operation. Every day there are 4 flights operating on this remotest village in Papua New Guinea. So, with limited or no infrastructure, the commuter aircraft can bring a difference and can really get the last mile connectivity. I will show the third one. This is the Barra Airport in Scotland. It's a ICAO airport. It's a very highly tourist destination, and this land plane is operating on a beach, and sometimes this land is allowed to operate with 3 to 5 meters of water on it, and it will take off within. And this is this kind of policy change, or this is a good thought for the policy makers and our regulators, that we have to think about operating, allowing. Thank you. I just tried to make it very quick for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Yogesh. In fact, this aircraft will soon be flying in Indian sky. Hopefully, within August for sure, I think. Yeah, I know. The seller and the buyer are sitting together. So, may I now request Simran Singh Divana to talk about regional connectivity. This De Havilland aircraft is a very sturdy aircraft. That's what I think. Whatever little I have seen of it, but we get a chance to see it actually in operation in a couple of weeks. Over to you, Simran.
Thank you, sir. Members on the dais, very good afternoon. All my industry friends and participants from 14 states. Thank you all for your time here. A little bit about us. Star started as a regional commuter airline. We started in 2016 after the National Civil Aviation Policy was announced by the Government of India. An airline truly born out of the Udan RCS scheme. Our sole purpose remains regional connectivity. We are dedicated to it. We operate 7 planes now and soon are going to add 2 more planes.
स्टार्ट कर दिया है ना, जो 4 घंटे आधे घंटे में पहुंच जाएगा मतलब.
Okay, so industry highlights we have already covered. I will go to growth drivers. My appeal here is to the state with the belief that connectivity brings growth and growth becomes more connectivity. So the purpose of the scheme to incentivize for the first few years is truly what India needs to bring that initial growth impetus into the economy, not only for the government but also for the states. It has been proven that aviation has an economic multiplier of about 6.1, employment multiplier of 6.1 and economic multiplier of 3.5. I think that's what we are all aiming for. India is poised to be third internationally. Government policies, for those of you who are new to the UDAN policy, there are benefits that are offered to us by the government and the state governments, both to make our operations sustainable on new and unserved or underserved airports. This is an interesting map. When I look at this map, I'm attracted to my home state up north, and I see one of those dots indicating either an underserved or an unserved airport. This is how India was. Land was available, strips were available, but they were either underserved or, for the obvious reasons that demand was not there, or the right kind of economic stabilization which is required for an airline to be incentivized close to your own home cities, in your own home states, getting connected around India. And yes, I would like to echo the sentiments expressed by fellow speakers before me that the scheme needs to increase its duration, especially because we kind of had a speed bump in the middle for 2 years because of COVID. I think that's what my request will be to the members here on the dais, that the scheme needs to continue, needs to make more and more airports available, with very, very active participation going forward required from states themselves. Not only for connectivity within the state, but you can come to an airline like ours and tell us you want the connectivity from X airport to Y. If we can provide it, or if there is, same aircraft does not fit all the markets. Like Yogesh mentioned, a smaller aircraft, 19-seater, is something you may be requiring in a state like Goa, an amphibian aircraft or a connection to Ahmedabad. But maybe you require a northeast state directly to get it connected to Delhi or to Bangalore or to Hyderabad. Maybe a different kind of aircraft is required. It started to increase. We have now started to plug in slightly bigger 76-seat aircrafts into those markets. And there are routes which have financially stabilized themselves, which we have transitioned from the normal RCS route to a normal commercial route. To answer some questions which the lessors ask, yes, those routes continue to be sustainable. And I think the goal is well served. Monthly passengers, you can see the graph has been going up constantly. Interesting to see the central part of India where we are sitting right now. You will see the connectivity by regional routes was low. I would like to echo and ask support from the states that if you see your connectivity is low, what can the state do to bring that initial push within your own state people to start flying more? Only if the state flies more, the passengers travel more, will they be able to, will an airline be interested to financially and commercially operate these routes better? Load factors in India have not really been any problems. This is where you see some of the airports which have seen the trajectory of change. some RCS airports, the percentage of flights which have changed over the year because of the RCS Udan scheme. This is what we do, flying to 18 destinations now. We are expecting some more routes to be added this year with the Udan 5 results coming out very soon. Now coming to some of the barriers that we face, the major barrier continues to be a mixture of infrastructure and manpower at some airports. We are not able to get the watch hours we need to operate out of a RCS airport long enough. We have a base, we are the only airline in India which has a base set up at an RCS airport, Belgavi. We get only 10 hours a day from the time the watch hour starts to the time the watch hour ends to operate the entire rotation and come back. So we approximately fly about 7.5 hours a day, but that's the maximum we can do because the aircraft needs to come back home. So those are my requests. I think those smaller barriers need to be addressed. The scheme works. We have been a testament to the same. And with these smaller improvements of infrastructure, the R&D approaches which the government has put in, I'm sure that this Udan 5 round is also going to be a big success. Those are our contact details. If any of the state wants a specific route to be looked at, we will welcome that. Thank you.
Thank you, Simran. Thank you. I think that was an interesting offer that he made to all the states, that if any state would like connectivity on a particular route within the state or from any point within the state to any other point outside the state, they should contact him, and I'm sure some kind of model can be worked out which is financially viable to the state as well as the airline. So please make use of the offer that he has made. I now call upon Group Captain Bali. There's been a lot of talk about fractional ownership in the earlier sessions also. So we request Group Captain Bali to take us through this new concept in the Indian aviation sector.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this opportunity, and good afternoon, everybody. I think it is just appropriate that after the introduced Commuter Airlines by Simran, it is a turn of non-scheduled operators to come to speak. We call ourselves the business aircraft operators, and we have been all right. So, this is we are talking about fractional ownership model. And we are grateful that after we raised this requirement about a year back, the ministry has acted on it. Of course, there are anything start new, there are some hiccups, there are some issues to be sorted out so that when the operations start, they are quite seamless as possible. I'll give you the reasons why. Okay, now this is the actually history of a business aircraft in India. We were part of a study done by BRACO in 2012. The report came in 2013, which had seen the potential of growth of business aircraft in India based on the growing economy. And they had said that it is likely to grow at 10% in first initial 10 years, and they had given a 25-year perspective. And they said by 2035, we'll have close to 4,000 aircraft. And initial 10 years will grow at 10%. But as we see the story, we have actually been stagnant. The maximum growth took place around 2016, and then it has been going down. So that is why all over the world, it has happened like this only. It was the USA which first took initiative about fractional ownership. And the reason for this was because of the high acquisition cost of the aircraft and low utility. the business aircraft endoscopy operator, which is on-demand charters in USA, Part 135, they basically utilization is about 30 to 40 or maximum 50% in India. So the acquisition cost being high, utilization being low, it is not a sustainable model on a long-term basis. Mostly the corporates are able to afford it, but these are cost centers for the corporate. If they have to do as a business for the public, it becomes not sustainable after some time. People start off, but they are, so that is why we suggested fraction ownership. And this is to see that people are able to share the use of the aircraft and reduce the cost of owning the aircraft. So a key benefit and goal of this business can so it expands the market size as you see all over. It enhances. This is all we have already talked about. And I'll come to the regulatory part. You know, it is a win-win situation for the regulatory authority. As a accident investigation statistics, even in USA, most of the accidents have been Part 91 that were private. So when you bring fraction ownership, when people are able to use the aircraft on a shared basis, the aircraft has to be certified for a commercial use. So it creates a win-win situation. It is certified a higher level of safety. So that is and the total number of aircraft which has to be overseen by this regulatory authority DGCA, the number of companies go down. That is the win-win situation. So this is also now being adopted. It was after USA did it in 90s. It has been adopted in Europe about 10 years back, and now in the UAE also they are adopting it. So we feel that in India, as we adopt it, we can be a leader in this region very soon, within 5 years, because China, because of the way the country functions, they are not going to do it. So we can be a leader in this region. So what was the challenges in the past? Earlier the DGCA was not allowing different owner and operator. That is being sorted out, and there is a problem of default. So if earlier there was only one model in Pune where privately 5 owners were there, if one of the owners default, he doesn't pay the required money, or the operator default, so there can be a problem to run this model. So that is why all those things are being sorted out in a fraction ownership model. There will be a program manager, it will be NOCP who will be operating it, who will be fully responsible to DGCA for all safety requirements. Owners will have a lot of agreement between them. Program manager will manage it. It should be a seamless. You can change to other as per your requirement. If you are having a share in the jet, you want to change the turboprop, you have a helicopter. All that can be done through mutual transparent agreement. So that is a provision which it will give. And we have to only at present the best part is that the owners, while doing it, they don't have to establish an NOCP of their own, and the NOCP is fully responsible to DGCA. And what we have been doing in the last few months after the ministry accepted in principle, we are looking at the various financial aspect of it, the taxation part of it, and we are presently discussing it, and we hope this policy, in fact, Secretary Sir will perhaps like to tell you how soon it is going to be rolled out. So we are sorting out all the problems in advance. So this is what perhaps it has contributed through fraction ownership, the business aviation. This is the figures, financial figures will tell you how in India, which is growing at 6% plus every year, it is going to be 6.2 billion in the coming years. This is what already has happened in US and Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Captain Bali. And now invite the next speaker, Mrs. Poonam Gaur, who will speak to us on air taxis. But the concept of fractional ownership is a new one in India. And fundamentally, it's about not owning a part of a company, but owning part of an asset. And this is not only happening in aviation, but also in real estate. Can 4 people or 10 people own one house together, as opposed to owning shares of a company? So this is a new concept which is kind of gaining traction in India, and I think in the coming years, this is a concept that will grow. Over to you, Mrs. Gaur.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our thoughts and our experiences with the industry. I would like to start like this, that I would like to know that what's the smallest aircraft you have ever flown commercially? Maybe ATR, maybe Dornier, maybe Dash 8, we Air Taxi, we brought Technium P2010, Technium P2060. These are four-seater, new generation aircraft. And the concept of air taxi is that as we talk about last mile connectivity is not from Delhi to Guwahati, or like from Guwahati, somebody wants to go to Shillong, we need to give the connectivity. For example, we got the route Ahmedabad-Mundra. So like I have a couple of friends, their shipment comes to Mundra. But when they want to go to Mundra, there's no flight, so they go by road. And air taxi, when we start our operation, as we are planning to start next month, we will give direct flights from Ahmedabad to Mundra. So what is the difference between air taxi and other airlines? That we are not focusing the routes or the sectors which other larger airlines are interested in. We want to connect those small areas where you cannot have the air service sooner with the bigger planes, with the infrastructure available. So, as my colleague showed the videos of small aircrafts on land and grass airfields. So, the aircrafts which we have brought, they are designed to land and grass airfields. So, like I did my flying in US, it was very easy for us to rent the plane and go from one small city to another city and finish your work and come back the same day. So over the years, it has concluded that what matters to the public is not the size of the aircraft, it matters the frequency of the flights. When we book the tickets, I think none of us check which aircraft we are flying on. We only book the ticket and we see the timing that the timing suits me. And I have 3 flights a day. I can finish my work in the morning and come back immediately. So this is what is air taxi all about. Like when I have been asked that why small planes? Because small planes give that flexibility, sir. If I bring a 9-seater, I purchase 19 seats with 30 to 40 crore rupees. The same thing, if I spend 40 crores and I bring 10 planes, I have the flexibility to deploy those planes on one route and give 6 flights a day so that people can go, finish their work and come back. The other thing is like air taxi, if you have bigger planes like, Chennai-Vellore, the road distance is 4 hours, but, for 20-seater plane, if I have to call my passengers 1 hour before the flight, and then it takes 30 minutes for them to disembark the aircraft and get out of the airport, then the whole purpose is not solved, it fails. Because then they can take the car and travel by car. So why air taxi? Because they do not have to come 1 hour before the flight. They just have to come 15 minutes before the flight. Because, to check in 3 passengers, it doesn't take more than 5 to 10 minutes. So when they come 15 minutes before the flight, and then when they get down, it just takes 5 minutes to come out of the aircraft and leave the plane. So the whole concept abroad, like Cape Air, they're connecting islands to islands. They fly 30 minutes, 40 minutes flying with the smaller aircrafts. And this is a unique concept. Yes, we are new, and whenever you introduce something new, there are so many challenges. We are facing those challenges, but with the positive attitude and with the support of the ministry, because this is the vision which I understand from the minister's point of view also, that this is the future of our country. Small aircraft, like, in next 5 years, I would like to build 60 planes. That's my dream, my plan, sorry. So to bring those 50 planes, I have to start from somewhere. And thanks for giving us the opportunity through Udan scheme that we could introduce these planes, 4-seater, below 9-seater aircraft, and we will make sure that we succeed and we'll show you the performance. I understand the challenges will be there, we have to overcome. I complain a lot, something that I complain a lot, but I'm not here to complain, I'm here to tell all the states also this is a different concept. Air taxi is a different concept. And why it's different than the other regional airline is that we are using small aircraft which are 4-seater aircraft. And it is very big experience to fly a small planes. We launched in Hisar and we were operating from Hisar to Chandigarh and we had daily flights. So to fill 3 seats, still easy. Like I would say in Madhya Pradesh, we had regional it's very, very difficult to get all the time because these are uncertain. We have to create the market. To create the market, we have to start small. Once the market is there, then we can bring the bigger aircraft. So this is our concept. And I would like all the states to, understand this concept because I think everybody thinks that not below 9-seater cannot work out. It's not going to work out. But I would say this will work out because it's not one aircraft flying. We send those 3-seater planes, 4-seater planes, 4 times a day. So if somebody is going online and wants to book the ticket, like tourism sector, people like Khajuraho, if somebody wants to come and visit Khajuraho and the evening or afternoon they want to go back, this is the best solution, the transportation, and it is everywhere, and these are the new generation aircraft. And why we got the new generation aircraft as we understand. Second one is that as we understand the
industry and
environmental impact on because of transportation. So these new generation aircraft, we are contributing by reducing the carbon emissions, which is very, very important in the future. So we have all the branding things. So if I would say MP government also, because earlier also, as you said that you have seen, there was only one challenge that had restricted to 19 seats. And for other states also, I would say if you think about it, things like that you will have 10 aircraft instead of 1 plane. If there's 1 plane which is grounded because of any technical reason, we'll have another 10 aircraft. So, this is a छोटे-छोटे बना के लगा देगा. That's why I thought that I'll keep it quick and I'll just tell you that it is happening in US. Like I would say that just go online and see airfare. They're connecting all the islands like this. And when we were also connecting to Sati Dharamshala, the review from the passengers were amazing. Because they used to just come 15 minutes before the flight, get down and come, and these aircrafts are very comfortable. From inside also, the leg space, the shoulder space. It's like somebody sitting in the cockpit. So this experience contributes again. When we talk about tourism, these are the kind of experience you would like to give it to your passengers. That if they are taking air taxi, they're sitting in the cockpit. They have big windows, they're enjoying the view because we don't fly as high as the other aircrafts. So it's not that you are sitting in a tube. You are sitting in a small aircraft where you can see outside, enjoy the view, and then you land. It's a different concept altogether. So I request all the states to include small aircraft in their policy and give us the opportunity to prove this model because this has proven in US. Like as a pilot, I flew my son and my husband first time in India. I just went
फ्री नहीं लगा है सर वो
and we
मिला
went for
नहीं
lunch to some of the
मैं
states,
देखता हूँ
and
फॉइल वाला वहाँ पे फ्री अवेलेबल नहीं है
it's so easy and it can happen in India also. And this is what we want to create. This is what we want to do. We want to connect
उसका भी फोटो
all the
खिंचवाते हैं
traffic
मिलते हैं वहाँ
where the ministry doesn't have to invest a lot of money on infrastructure. So,
करवा देते
yes,
हैं
thank you so
बोला
much.
मैंने उनको करने के लिए तो मैंने आपको भेज दिया कि आप
Thank you. Clearly, new concepts, new type of aircraft are coming in. And what seems interesting is that the gap between fixed wing small aircraft and rotary wing aircraft is disappearing. rotary wing is becoming bigger aircraft and fixed wing becoming smaller aircraft. So it's a very interesting trend that we are seeing. But that's, I think, the way it will be as we go forward. So we are at 4:40, and we have about 15 minutes more. So I request my Joint Secretary to invite observations from the states as well as any other participant may like to make an observation.
It's been a long day so far, but I think probably now a little bit more time to stretch our brains and make the most of the next 15 minutes. If any states, have certain points that they want to raise, industries here, we can do so now. And then, since industries here, we can also get quick responses. Only thing is, the request is just keep it short and sweet.
वो स्टील में हम
So
बना
if
वैसा
anybody
नहीं
wants
नहीं
to
पता तेरे
just make a point, just
वहाँ
get
लगाओ
up and just say your
पेन
name,
वगैरह
state,
और
and then
वो लगाना वहाँ पे रेलिंग में और जो ऊपर वाला बैंक है उसके आजू बाजू पिलर रोड बनाना है उसके बाद है ना वहाँ पे टीम बना दो बोल के
Aviation advisor from the state of Odisha. In fact, as regards the HEMS, we have already done the tender. I think the technical bid will be opened on 5th August. In so far as the small aircraft scheme is concerned, in fact, some of the previous speaker also spoke about the compliance of the aerodrome standards of the DGCA car, and so far as the small airports are concerned. Probably it's time now to think of that, because complying with all the standards at small airports and then operating with a small aircraft with probably one aircraft a day, 8 or 9 passengers a day, is becoming difficult, and of course it also takes a lot of time. So probably, and of course, another speaker also spoke about the air taxi operations and then relaxation of the procedures, if that is possible, because that otherwise a high-level committee can be done, some kind of safety assessment can be done, and the standards can be relaxed a bit, so that the airports can be operationalized and the small aircraft scheme becomes successful. That is the submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'm from Arunachal Pradesh, Director of Aviation. Sir, we have placed our proposals for Uran 5 bidding. Of course, that is over. Now, in Uran 5 2, we had a PC also on video on 7/6/2023. Those routes are actually mostly borders, Chinese borders, Colorian, Urumqi district, Anini, that is headquarters, that is also border district, Tuang Yuno, border district, Devmali, of course, it is not border district, but it is center of 3 districts. So their connectivity is also not good. So we propose here also one connectivity. Then Sepa Naso. And regarding fixed wing, we floated tender in 2018 for a peace craft. So tender was finalized, everything was done, but company Sky One Airlines could not provide us aircraft. So that was proposed from Guwahati to Mesuka. I think since we have heard from many operators, now there is no shortage of aircraft. I will reprise my state government. I'll put up the thing again for operation of fixed wing service from Guwahati to Mesuka or Bolongi to Mesuka. We also propose Uran 5 operations to ALG like Pasigat, Mesuka, Routing. I think that has been intimated to you, sir. Once again, we reiterate this our proposals. And lastly, thank you very much from the state government that you have provided us 2 routes under Uran 5. So that Delhi to Kulungi was our most required proposal, most required services that we with a big event. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, now I think, okay.
Very good afternoon, sir. I am Aman Srivastava, ACS Tourism and Civil Aviation, Government of Sikkim. Sikkim has been leading for past since October, when the air connectivity from Delhi and Kolkata had been suspended. Under the Udan only, SpiceJet was flying between these two cities. And that was the peak season. Sikkim is getting 1.8 million tourists per annum. And that was the peak season, and then after it was restored very recently. And still this Kolkata Pakyong is suspended. So this was one submission we made that time also, and from the Honorable Chief Minister's side, we wrote to the Honorable Prime Minister, to the Civil Aviation Secretary Sir, and Minister Sir. So that is one issue which is still lurking, sir, and I hope that it will be solved. Another issue is we requested for, because there are 6 districts, the intra-state connectivity is a very prominent issue, and going by the pace with which the tourism and the tourist influx is gaining momentum, it is enhancing. There is an estimate that by 2030, currently it is 1.8 million, it will be crossing 3 million. So there is ample opportunities for the operators, all the senior people are present here, to take up Sikkim per se, whether it is a helicopter or a small aircraft. Because from the tourism and from the government side, we are more centrifugal now. It is not, the tourism is not capital centric. We are going to the remote areas, districts, and the connectivity between these areas is a very vital issue. So we have around 13 helipads already. And another issue is under the international UDAN, I thought I'll flag it here also. There are a lot of positions that people are approaching us. They are asking for connecting Pakyong with international destinations nearby, like Paro or Dhaka and Kathmandu. So that will enhance the tourism in Sikkim, tourism in the region per se. I think these 3 very important points I wanted to flag. Thank you, sir.
Just on that last bit, you said people are approaching you, they are Indian operators or foreign operators?
No, sir, Indian.
United States also.
Good evening, sir. I'm Colonel Ashwini Kulli. I'm the issue adventure from the tourism department.
Which state is?
I'm from Uttarakhand. Firstly, sir, I'd like to flag a couple of issues. We were requesting constantly for a national aerosport. I will limit my thing to only adventure sports or aerosports. And we were requesting for a NASP, which the Ministry of Civil Aviation and the DGCA have already done it at the final stages. So thank you so much for that. Because it will help us in streamline. We do have rules, paragliding rules, foot launch paragliding, but then as you are aware that they are one of a kind and most of the states don't have it, except Himachal Pradesh and one or other state. So it helps in streamlining. The second issue was that we are now dabbling with certain innovative products. Some of them are way back we have started like microlight, paramotors, big way. Paramotor is a better platform, safer platform than paragliding. And of course, microlight offers us options in hilly areas, landing on small airstrips. Then we also started something called gyrocopter. And one of the agencies we are promoting is tied up with AutoGyro in Germany. And we have requested to have a meeting with DGCA regarding type acceptance. So I'll just request in case we can hasten up this process. In case Uttarakhand starts it, then we pave a way for the other states to start the gyrocopters in a big way. The applications are numerous, as you understand. Whether it is
towards defense, paramilitary, or the applications as far as policing or forest applications. So, towards that, and then we are also starting something which we colloquial term as breakfast tourism, which is basically purely tourism based. We pick you up from the hinterland or the lower regions and take you to higher regions where we can show you Himalayas. So we started this initiative at Georgia, we got a helipad there. We have started since September the Himalaya Darshan program, which is got a good amount of takers and it's being appreciated very well. Only thing is we would like to go to inner regions, so we are starting with phase 1, which will be certain helipads where we can make you go around certain places, get you back. Or if you want to stay with time, go to hotels. This opens up a lot of opportunities, as you understand, in hilly states where connectivity is the issue. So, thank you so much for all your efforts, sir, and I just wanted to thank you. Any other state? Yeah. States. Just one more chapter.
Thank you, sir. So I'm representing the state of Meghalaya and joint electric transport. So I would like to thank the ministry for connecting Shillong to almost all the state capitals in the northeast and to Kolkata, of course. And through the state's own initiative, we are connected with Delhi now. And earlier, sir, in the month of April, our Honorable Chief Minister had met with Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, wherein three proposals were submitted. The first proposal was the development of heliports, one in Shillong, the capital, and the other one is the district headquarters of Tura. So we were asked to submit the pre-feasibility study report, which we did, and this we have already forwarded to the ministry, sir. And the other two issues are, one is the proposal for a fixed wing aircraft of 19-seater to fly between Shillong and the district headquarters of Tura. This is another proposal, and then the third one is the again optimization of the project airport in Tura. So these are the three proposals which I have sent. Of course, like what Sikkim had stated earlier, we have also proposed for to notify Shillong as an international airport on the ground. So, because in our last visit to Dhaka, sir, there were a lot of demands. Because we are very close to Dhaka and Sirhat.
Yeah, this is contributing to one regarding the airports. Tura is already there, so it's already been taken up for development. Shillong, because it's a new proposal, now that 5.1 is underway. See, for the 5.1, which is the helicopter route, if that bid comes, then that will be taken up for development. So that's the first one. Regarding international Uran, the scheme is designed slightly in a different way. So the states have to send a formal proposal to MOCA. And once it comes to MOCA, then MOCA will consider whether we can. Actually, basically, MOCA does the bidding for the states. That's how it has been done earlier. So if that proposal comes, because basically the states have to fund the Gravity Gap for international grants schemes. The one that has been awarded recently, last in Manipur and Tripura. So that's the status. So, but then like your other and as far as Tura is concerned, it's already there for development.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Gentlemen in the front.
Good evening, sir. I'm D.K. Uppal, Special Secretary Government of Hospital. Sir, recently under Uran 5.1, we have already shared the list of the helipads owned by state government. There are 30 helipads, and with the help of Pawanans, we are going to set up new 3 helipads at not helipads, other heliports at Darjeeling, Kalimpong, and Raigad. So through this program, I shall request the operators interested, they can launch the services from this basis, because MOCA has requested the state government to start interaction with the prospective bidders or operators. And second thing, just I want to put the knowledge of the house that our both the airports, Malda and Balurghat, are ready for operation, where from 19 seaters aircrafts can be operated, for which I shall also request the operators to look into and build and bid for the operation. Thank you.
Himachal Pradesh is concerned, we have tremendous tourist potential, but we have very least air connectivity. We have three domestic airports which are doing well now. And as far as heliports are concerned, our government is going in a big way for construction of new heliports at all district headquarters. Present Honorable CM has announced that in all district headquarters and tribal destinations of Himachal Pradesh, heliports will come up. And the governance is doing feasibility and wireless survey and preparation of data with governance. We have certain issues, sir, that is regarding clearances, the DGC clearances for two heliports in Jolly and Badri, which are running operations from Manali, and another one that issue like pending. And we are trying to, sir, to explain new rules have been awarded to Kullu and Shimla. For us, sir, I invite all the operators that we have 5 heliports almost that will be ready. Monday will be ready by August. Then we will be having 5 heliports which can become operational with all the DGCA clearances. And new heliports at district headquarters, all district headquarters will come up. I request ministry to sanction funds for the construction of the new heliports. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I think now we are really out of time because because I think most of us are on that flight which is it doesn't do one flight, and the flight is already on the way from Delhi. So if you want to catch that flight, then I think we'll have to wind up somehow. We can continue the discussions as we go along. Maybe the one part we can put on the aircraft. But yeah, let's have just last point.
Thank you, sir. My name is Dr. Rahul Singh. Just continuation from Rajiv Bansal sir's question to my colleague Dr. Shanti. Who pays for the medical evacuations? For a HEM service to be successful, the maximum life saved would determine the success of a HEM service. And the decision to mobilize the helicopter should be on clinical grounds rather than financial grounds. The only way that clinical criteria can be implemented over a financial criteria is by state funding of the health service completely. So your vision in Uttarakhand, where you are underwriting the complete service, was spot on, sir. My humble request is to please look into the RFP so that maximum lives can be saved by bringing in the medical experts to drive this forward.
Like any state that wants to say something, any state.
Good evening, gentlemen. Myself from Gujarat State. Yeah. So I have a question. That can state government start airline with a private operator in a triple P model? Is it possible?
Can you just come again?
Yeah. Can state government start airline with private operator in a triple P model? Yes, sir. Airline with a private operator in a triple P model.
Yeah, why not? You can.
Okay, sir. So in this case, will state and the private operator owned airline get any privileges for slot or route?
Actually, we're not able to hear you very clearly.
Sir, if such airlines formed in 333 model, can this airline got any privileges for routes and slots?
You are saying that if such an airline in PPP model is set up, will it get any privileges?
In its own state.
रजिस्ट्रेशन के कार्ड्स आपने लिए कौन सा
In the home state.
In the own state for routes and slots.
विजिटिंग
There's no policy as such.
नहीं
So
ईशान
there's no restriction on that.
There's no restriction either.
You set up an airline entirely with state sponsored or with PPP model. You want to give it full subsidy, go ahead and give it.
Right, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No, I think we'll have to wind up. We just totally run out of time.
I just two more questions. One is for Secretary Sir. Sir, I think all the questions which appear for this wide main tracks come with the funding part of it. And can we know whether Udan RCS scheme can be extended beyond 2020? So that's very important for us to get this development. Because if that doesn't happen, then the entire scheme is off.
We leave a crystal ball then.
To see that.
As of now, Udan is very fixed.
37.
As per the national NCAP 2016.
It was for 10 years, which is till 2026. I mean, maybe at that point you could say that we had 1 year of COVID or 2 years of COVID and extended. But fundamentally, it's till 2026.
First 3 years were extended because of improvements in Udan, and 2 years of COVID, so 5 years they want. So it can be extended for 2032.
Yeah, that's a bit of a stretch, but let's see.
Because otherwise, for us to invest, for it doesn't make sense because customers not pay in and the second point, when it refers to all OEMs, specifically helicopters, and why they're not becoming successful, can they set up a financial model for operators? Because working capital is fine, working capital happens after we fly the roadway. But there's setup cost and a lot of equity required. So if they can come up with some kind of funding mechanism, so this can go exponentially.
Absolutely. OEM should come up with some model in which they tie up with banks and otherwise how will they sell? I always say the OEMs have this responsibility. They must tie up with a financer also and offer a package solution. Package solution is end to end. From the OEM side also, and from the user side also. As they say, tie up with the hotel or tie up with the forest or a tourism destination. They should also tie up with some financiers. But let's bring it to a close. I think you sum up.
So I think we've really had a very, I would say, very sort of rushed, but I think it's been fruitful. And once again, I thank each and every one of you for coming here. On the stage, from the industry, all the other stakeholders here who are with us today. And it's been a great, I would say, experience as far as because it just made us understand that there's so much more to be talked about, there's so much more to discuss, there's so much more to do. So I think it gives us renewed, I would say, impetus that we need to keep engaging, find ways forward. We didn't have the time because we had, because there is some even DGCA, because I think a lot of issues are regarding the regulations. I think we just need to keep taking this dialogue forward. So once again, on behalf of Secretary Sir as well as the Minister of Civil Aviation, I thank each and every one of you for having come here. And for a formal vote of thanks, I'll request Mr. Chandramohan as the host. I'll request him to propose a vote of thanks. And I think I'll thank him on behalf of all of us before he does it. First of all, I would like to thank the minister who is not here, Mr. Dinesh Sharmaji, who was present here for despite his very busy schedule.
A special thank to Secretary Sir for organizing this conference in Khajuraho. In the meantime, when I was not here, actually I was trying to work with one of the OEMs to start some operation in Madhya Pradesh. This is how this has been useful to us. Very special thank to the entire Ministry of Civil Aviation, the participants who came from different part of the country. The experts, I know most of the people who are sitting here are the experts in their own field. There are state representatives also. We from Madhya Pradesh, from Khajuraho, we are very thankful to you that you have came here all the way. We are also very thankful to the our own Principal Secretary Tourism. When it was told to him that there is a aviation conference, he said, I'll go. So मैंने बोला सर मुझे भी ले चलना आप. But this is how the kind of interest he has shown in the scope of aviation in tourism in Madhya Pradesh. Probably, sir, I assure you that the aviation department will work in close collaboration with the tourism and with the Madhya Pradesh Infrastructure Development Corporation. I will also like to thank Mr. Avinash Lavania. Since we are developing all airstrips with in collaboration with the Madhya Pradesh Infrastructure Development Corporation, the MD himself came here all the way from Bhopal. So once again, thank you so much. I know it's everybody has to go back, but maybe you can come back again. Khajuraho is placed to be here for at least 4 or 5 days rather than just coming and going back. Very close in the Panna National Park. People who come here also go to Bandhavgarh. So there are real great places to go around. But maybe the next time you have just got the touch of Madhya Pradesh, I'm sure everybody will come back. Once again, thank you so much. Thank you very much for coming to Khajuraho, coming to Madhya Pradesh. Thanks.